Hello everyone, let's check out what we are going to build in this tutorial. It is an e-commerce application where we can purchase the books. Home page is all about displaying the books. We can filter our books by genre name or by title or both. We also have a login section from where an admin or user can log in. Let's log in with admin. Admin have a separate panel where one can view and manage orders, stock, genre, and books. One can also see the report of top selling books. Let's log in with user credentials. Let's add the books in the cart. It is our cart where we can update the book quantity. Now let's check out our items. We need to fill the form. And we do not have any payment gateway integrated, so we need to select the COD option. Users can also view their orders. Now you already have an idea about the project. Before moving further, I am going to give you a quick disclaimer. This project is already uploaded in multiple parts. If you already have watched it, then no need to watch it again. Now I have edited this video, tried to make it short and merge all the parts into one. Now the question is, why am I merging these parts? Initially, it was a very small application just for the demonstrating the shopping cart. It does not have any admin panel. You cannot manage the catalog, no checkout page, no reports. But it has evolved over the years and turned into a basic e-commerce app. This project does not have any payment gateway and I do not have any intention to add it. One more thing, this project is built with .NET 7, but I have upgraded it to the latest version of .NET, which is .NET 9. You can find the source code for free in my GitHub repository. Link is available in the description box. If you like the project, then please consider to star it. Every star counts. If you like this video, then please consider to like it. Okay, so let's open your Visual Studio, create a new project. Let's search here MVC. So we are gonna use this template, which is called ASP.NET Core Web App Model View Controller. Let's click on next button, and here what we are gonna do, we are just going to rename the name of project. Let's name it to UI. It is going to our UI project, and here I'm gonna change the name of solution. Let's click on next button. Now you will have these multiple options. First of all, we are gonna choose a framework. It's .NET 7.0 and the latest one. Here I have selected the .NET 7, which was latest version at that time. Now the latest version is .NET 9, so you should select the .NET 9. The point is, you always have to select the latest version. And we are going to use the authentication in this project, so click here in individual accounts. Keep this thing checked, configure for HTTPS. It is a good thing, and you always check this thing. Click on create button and our project will be created soon. Okay, so let's close this guy, and here we will see that we have all of these things here. It's containing some of our static contents like CSS files, JS files, and it is a library where we have some of the libraries like Bootstrap, jQuery, and validation, something like that. Okay, so that's fine. Now what's next? Here we have this area where we have some identity pages which you will not see right now because we have to configure it. And here we have some controllers, data, and we already have a migration file created by the Microsoft. It is a boilerplate template provided by Microsoft because we have chosen the individual identity account, so it has configured a lot of things for us. Like this, it has created a DbContext class for us, which is very good. Now we don't have to configure the DbContext class. It has created this connectivity stuff here by which we connect to the database, and here it is our connection strict default connection, which is configured here inside the app setting.json. So it is that default connection, and we need to change according to our need. For that, we have to open the SQL Server. Okay, so it is the name of our server. Let's close this guy and paste it here. It is the name of database which we are going to create. So we are going to change it. Let's name it book shopping cart MVC. Okay, trusted connection true, multiple active sets result true. That's fine. Let's run this project. So it is the default page of our .NET Core application. So if we click here in the login page, you will see this URL identity/account/login. But when we go here and we go here in area identity slash, then we are not able to find this account/login section. We do not have this thing there. For that, we have to use the scaffolding. So let's right click here on identity and let's click here in add. What is here? New scaffolded item. Click on this thing we have in the left side identity. You will find this tab identity and click on add. Now you will see this pop up. I'm gonna override them all. That's it. It will ask for a database context, which is it. Fine, click on add. Okay, so it has created a lot of files for us. So these are all of these files. You can find them here. And is our login file, login, and we will have this registration file here. I'm gonna add here this thing, trust server certificate equals to true. Update database. So it has created a database for us. So let's run this project. I hope I do not get any error now. Okay, so it is telling me to change your password because it is a very weak password. Okay, that's okay. I do not want to save this. Now we have this page. It is called register confirmation, and in the production environment we do not have these pages because we configure our email provider with this project, and then after registration a link will go to the user's email. Then this link will be in the user's email, then he will click on this link, then his email will be verified. But it's a developer environment and we are not going to configure email service for this. So click on this, click here to confirm your account. Yes, now our account has confirmed. Very good. Now we can log in with those credentials. So let's enter those credentials. Invalid login attempt. Okay, now you can see I am logged in. Hello ravindra@gmail.com. If I click here, what will I see? Thank you for confirming email. Well, I have here my username, my phone number, and I can change my emails from here, password from here. here I have my personal data that I can download. So that's all of this, and all of these things we can manage and change. We can also add some other fields here like first name, last name, any other things we are not going to cover in this project or in this tutorial. Now let's log out, close this project. Now we will create some classes here. So our first class will be book. So let's type here integer id string book name. Let's enter here table book. Let's put some validation logic here. This property will be required, and click here, press control dot using system component model dot data annotation, and it will add this line here. Very good. We are going to add another attribute here, max length. And what will be the max length? Okay, so we will do the same thing here. Let's copy this guy and paste it here. It will be genre, table name genre name. Okay, so it is a genre table, and here we will connect the genre table with the id. So let's type here genre id. We can type here public genre. Okay, so this book can have one genre, and this genre can have multiple books. So it is a one-to-many relationship between genre and book. So we can just type here public books. Okay, so one genre can have multiple books, but one book has only one genre, and this field is also a required field. Let's create one more table, and it is called our shopping cart. Okay, so let's name it table shopping cart, prop int id, and let's add here public string is deleted get set, and it will be bool, which will be by default false, but I'm also gonna write here so that it will make sense that it is by default false. But if I do not write it here, I guess it will always save false by default. So that's our shopping cart. Now we will have this field, this class name, and it is called cart detail.cs. Let's put a strongly typed name here. It will be table, let's name it cart detail shopping cart id. It will be integer type, and it is also required. Let's just say we have this shopping cart, and it should be shopping cart id. Now what we will have this int book id. Fine, and we will have this book here, book. Okay, and it is also required. Let's see what else we do need. We need another property here, int quantity, so qty quantity. Now let's add the whole name here, quantity. Let's open this book thing here, and I forgot to add one thing. So let's type here prop string image. It is not a required field. But we need one more table. So it is our order status table. Now it is deleted. So let's add a property here, prop double price. So it's our order table. Let's create our order detail table, and this table should be the last one. Now we will have this property, we will have this property order ID, which will be linked to the order table. So let's write here order. Good, this guy will be a required. It will be a not null property, a not null field in database. Now we will have a product ID or book ID. That's good. Quantity, good, and double unit price. So let's add here book order. So let's add a field here, prop double tab, and we will have this list order detail. It is linked to the book table, so I'm also gonna open the book table here. Okay, so here it will be connected to, okay, we have a mistake here, that's fine. So we are just gonna write, I guess, order detail, and book also will be related to cart detail. Okay, I hope we have done our linking properly. So these two tables have been related. Okay, so order detail, order detail. If I open this order table, so it should be this order detail. Okay, order detail, and here this order detail table is linked with order and book, so it should be here a collection name order detail. Okay, I'm just checking the linking right now, so that will take a while. Shopping cart is related to user ID. Okay, I guess everything is fine. Now what we have to do here, we have to open this data and this thing. Now we are gonna add some DB sets so that these changes will be reflected to database. First DB set will be book. Okay, well, let's open it again and order book have a table name book, which is fine. Order does not have any table name, so I'm gonna put a table name. It is not a mandatory to put a table name, but I will show why I'm doing this. I will show you later. Table equals to order, sorry, not book. So table equals to order, that's fine. book genre is fine, order is fine. Let's open this order detail. Let's add a table attribute here, table order detail. Okay, fine. Order status, let's add a table name, order status, table order status. Shopping cart, shopping cart. Order status, fine. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you why I have done this. So let's type here book. Okay, so just type here books. So I have changed this name books, and we have a class name here book. So now what it is going to do, it is going to add a table in database with name books, but I do not want that s in the table, so I have defined the name of table here. Now even if I change this to something like this name is not gonna reflect it to database. Database will create a table with this name book. Okay, so that's why I have defined those names. So let's copy this guy, press Ctrl D. It will copy this line and paste it to next line. It's a very good shortcut, Ctrl D. Okay, so if you want to copy this whole line, so put your cursor anywhere and press Ctrl C. Now you have copied your your line, and you can press Ctrl V. So these are the shortcuts. So let's add another table. It should be a genres. Next one should be a shopping cart, and it should be shopping carts. Okay, next one should be cart details. Next one will be order. It will suggest me a name. Yeah, it has suggested orders. Next one will be order details. Okay, we will have this order status. Copy here. Okay, and it will be order statuses. Now what we are going to do, let's open your package manager, open the package manager console, and let's write here CLS. It has cleared my screen, nothing related to this project. Okay, now here comes the add migration, added tables. Okay, so it is not the part of the command. If you are new to this thing, so it is not the part. You can change this name. You can change it to added tables to database or added new tables and something like that. So the command is here, the add migration. It is the name of your file or something like that. So yeah, it is the name of class. It is added here, add tables. Now it has generated this migration file for us. It has created all of these tables are going to be saved in the database, but not now. When they will go there? Okay, I have accidentally closed that package manager console. So let's type here update database, and these changes will be reflected to the database. Actually, I want to add one more field in this order status table. Int status ID, and it also will be a not nullable field in the database. We have to put a required here. Okay, now we have added a new field in database. Then we have to run a migration command. Let's run those migration command. Add migration. Okay, it should have a name, so let's name it added status. It's kind of long and bad name, but it's okay. Where I have typed, okay, so let's type here update database. That's fine. Now I want to do one more thing. I know most of the guys will say, hey, please, why didn't you add role management in this project? So let's add the role management. For that, what we have to do, we have to go here in the area section, go here in the pages, in the account section, and let's go there in register page, register.cshtml.cs page. On post async, it is here. But before that, let's create a folder and name it constants. Let's name it rules. Okay, now we can remove this and let's create a public enum rules. First rule will be user and another rule will be admin. Okay, now we will move here when user is successfully created, and we will add this user to the role. So we are gonna write here user manager dot add to role async, and it is asking us a user, so pass it a user and pass it a role. So let's add here roles, this roles dot user dot to string. That's it, and I guess it's a async type. Then we have to write here a wait role to user. Okay, now what we have to do, we have to seed the roles, which is user and admin, to the database. Now our roles table are empty in the database, so we have to add those roles in the database. So for that, what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna add a class inside this. So dbseeder, let's name it dbseeder, something like that. Okay, and let's create a method public static void seed default data, and let's create a parameter of iService provider, service provider service. So let's type here where user mgr equals to service dot get service user manager. Okay, user manager, and this user manager should have a type. It would be an identity user. Okay, let me check here inside that where it is, our area pages registration. Let's see what we are passing here. Okay, so this is user manager, identity user. Okay, so that's fine. Now we will have a role manager. It will be a role manager and it will be a identity role. So this service is used for creating user and managing user, and this service is used for managing role. Now we are adding some roles to DB. Okay, so we will write here role manager dot, it should be like create async. If it is async, then here we should add, oh wait, it will be new identity role. And what was that? Constant, no, that was roles. Press control dot here, and okay, so let's type here using constants roles dot admin dot toString. Okay, and let's add this thing again, or this line again. Let's change it to user. Okay, right now it is yelling me because toString is a method. I guess it should not yell at me now. Okay, why it is saying then the wait operator can only used with async method. Okay, public static async task. Okay, now we are good. Now let's create a default admin record. So let's type here create admin user. So where admin equals to new identity user, and it will have a username equals to admin@gmail.com, and it will have the same email equals to admin@gmail.com. email confirm equals to true. Now let's find is user exist. Let's find is this user exist in database. So we will find the user manager dot find by email async, okay, find by email async. It should be a await here, and user or admin dot email. So if this user exists, then we can't enter it into database. But if is user does not exist, okay, I have put a negation sign here, so keep that thing is in mind. User manager user mgr dot create async admin, it is a user, and here we will pass a password. So admin@123, it is our password. Okay, now we will write here await user mgr dot add to role async, and the role which will be roles dot admin dot toString. Okay, if user does not exist, okay, it is if user is not null. Sorry, if user is null. So it should be user in DB, user in DB. Okay, now let's open the program.cs file and let's go here. So type here using var scope equals to builder dot services, not builder, app dot services dot create scope. Okay, so let's open this. So let's add it dbseeder dot seed default data, and it is asking us a service, so we will write here scope dot service provider. Okay, and let's type here await. Now we are good. So if I put this line outside this scope, then it will give us an error that you cannot do is in the same scope, so create a separate scope for that. So that's why I have created this separate scope. Okay, so that's it. Here now what we will do, we will run this project and it will automatically seed these values for us. Not do it here. Let's run this project first and let's do the things step by step, otherwise it will become more complex. So we have error here, so let's track what is that error. So let's put a breakpoint here and stop this project. So this role is coming from here, admin equals to 1.toString new identity role. Okay, so I don't know what is error, but we have to go inside the constant fields. So here it should be 1, because if we do not assign any value to it, it will be a 0. You can see it here, and we do not want to assign 0 to it. That's it. Okay, I guess it's not related to this error. We have to track this error meanwhile. Okay, now the breakpoint has hit. So let's go here. So user manager and role manager. User manager is coming null, so we have to look at this. Okay, the role manager is coming null, sorry. That's why we are getting an error here. I guess we have a problem here. So let's close this thing, and here if I put it here comma, let's see what it is asking us. So add default identity. Okay, so let's configure this thing. Let's change it to add identity. That's fine. Now we can add role to it. So identity role. That's it. Let's add default UI and add default token providers. Okay, I guess we are good to go. Okay, so let's move to next, and yeah, now we are getting the instance of role manager. Now this role will be added to database. Done, and it is also done. Now it is going to create a user and add that user to the rule. Okay, so now we are good. Okay, so this thing has done. Now what we have to do here, let's comment this code. So this code will be used only one time. Now we have created an admin. We do not need two admin in this project. Okay, so let's close this dbseeder guy. So what we are gonna do, we are going to go here. Let's test this thing. Okay, so let's go here into the layout.cshtml page. It should be here in shared section, and here login partial. Okay, so let's see that. Okay, here we are getting that hello and the name of user. So here we will just do a little check. We will check if user dot is enroll admin, then please display here, display this span here, and it will say admin. Okay, so let's run this thing. So let's log in with the normal user, and let's create a normal user because we have changed a little functionality there. So let's create a john@gmail.com. It is our normal user. Let's add a password. That's fine. Let's create it here to confirm. Okay, let's log in. That's it. Please remember me. Okay, now we have logged in with John, and we are not seeing here that admin text here, so it is not admin. Okay, so let's log out. Let's log in again with admin rights. So here is our admin user that we have created. That was our password. Okay, so here we can see this admin thing here. Now we are logged in with admin here. Now we have successfully applied our authentication and authorization in this project. Now what we will do next, we will change this UI a little bit and add a little bit design with the help of Bootstrap in this project. By default, URL for this application is home/index, and what you are seeing in the screen, it is an index page of our. So where we have defined this route, first of all, look at this, open this program.cs file, and when we look here we have defined our route. So by default, whenever we launch this application, it will look for this route home/index. So what is this home/index thing? So here we have this controller home. Inside of this we have defined a method. It is called index, and if we right click on this and click on go to view, you can find this index page, or you can also find this index page inside this views folder and this home folder. Here we have this index page, but when we look at this index page, you are seeing that we have lots of things here. Like we have this navigation bar, and we have this footer where we have this privacy link defined and this welcome message. Okay, but when we look here in our index page, we only have this thing welcome, and this paragraph, it tells learn about this. So let's remove this thing and press on this hot reload button. By default, when you click on this drop down and select this hot reload on file save, it will automatically load your files, reload your files whenever you save that file. So I guess it has changed automatically, and hot reload works very fine with the UIs, but it does not work always when you try to overwrite this code. So it works like a charm when you are doing some HTML part. So let's type here the hello world. Okay, so here we have, it will take a little bit time. Now you will see here in the screen the changes have applied hello world without reloading our application. Okay, so that's the how reload works, from where this nav bar and this footer is coming. So let me show you. It is coming from here, this shared page, shared folder, and layout.cshtml. And you might be wondering how this layout.cshtml page is linked with this index.cshtml page, or even with this privacy page. Okay, so we have two ways to do it. Either we define our layout here in every page where you want to link, like this, layout/layout.cshtml. it is our layout file. Then sorry, not cshtml, just layout. Okay, we have one way to do this, but we have to do it again and again and again whenever we need to link that layout page in our content page. So to keep this repetition away, what we have a feature that this page is called viewStart.cshtml page, and whatever we define inside this page, it is shared among all the views. Okay, so if we write here, which is already defined, the path of our layout, it will automatically be looked by every page where we haven't specifically defined the layout page. If we have another layout page and we want to define it, then we have to define it like this. Suppose we have layout 2 and we do not want that this layout in every page. Some certain pages we want this layout, then we can also define it like this. But we have only one layout page in our application. We are not gonna do this. What we are going to do this, we just are using it from here. So let's comment this thing out and let's see. Let's refresh this guy. Okay, it will take a little bit time, and I wonder, okay, yeah, fine. So you see here we do not have any layout thing. So if I put this layout thing here, sorry, just where it is, okay, cut this guy and paste it here in the index.cshtml page. Okay, so if I define this index.cshtml page here, it should be fine. And okay, we have defined it in index.cshtml page, so it is working fine in index.cshtml page, but in the privacy page it is not working. Then we have to write this line in the privacy page also. To avoid this situation, we have this viewStart.cshtml page where if we define this line, it will automatically link the layout page to every content page. Okay, so it is how this works. So here it is also working in privacy, but somehow if you do not want to use that layout page in other pages, then what will we do? So we can simply write here layout equals to null. Suppose I do not want to use a layout page in layout in this page. Okay, so you can see the privacy page don't have any layout, but our home page have a layout. Okay, so that's the layout page. So if we look here in our layout page, we have these several CSS links. So this is bootstrap.min.cs file, which is defined here inside our www.root css folder. Sorry, not css, lib/bootstrap and dist css, and here it is the file bootstrap.min.css. Okay, so it is here, and actually I'm not seeing any min.css here, so I guess it should be here. Yeah, it is here, min.css. That's fine. So it is a css file. Here we have the site.css file, which is just inside the css folder. Okay, now we have our whatever we say styles.css, and it is defined somewhere. I don't know where it is defined. I guess it is this one, styles.css. Okay, that's it. No, it is not. So if I remove this guy, let's see, do we have any changes? No. So I guess, yeah, it is asking me to rebuild. That's why I hate this feature. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not. And I only deleted this line. It should work fine, but it is asking me to reload the project or rebuild the project again. So it fails here. The hot reload fails here. Okay, so as we can see, when I have removed this line, then this privacy guy moved up. Okay, so let's build this line again. Sorry, this project again, build this project again and add this line again. Okay, now we are fine, and I'm still wondering that from where it is coming, so leave it like this. And actually we are going to delete all of these links in future, so why to worry about them. Okay, so all of these library files are coming from exactly from here. The jQuery file is coming from here. Okay, from here, and this bootstrap.bundle.min.js is coming from here. Okay, and this site.js is coming from here. That's it. We are eventually going to remove them, but till now let's stop this project and remove this one. Fine. Okay, and here it is called render body, and all the pages, all the content pages are going to be loaded here. So when we click on the index page, then that index.cshtml page is going to defined here. When we click on the privacy page, that privacy page is going to rendered here. So that's why we use this render body. So it is the whole layout, and here we will display our content. In the case of index page, the index.cshtml is our content page, which will be displayed here. Okay, so that's the render body, and we have this thing called partial and login partial. So we will find there from where it is coming. So we are loading the partial page that is separately created inside the shared folder, views shared, and it is our login partial. So login related functionality is defined here inside this login partial page. So it's just containing these links, register and login. These things are defined here inside this login partial page. Let's remove all of this thing. Yeah, we are getting this error because there are lots of things that we do not have to delete. So let's put this thing here. Let's try to remove all of these things. Okay, render body is not called, so if I call here the render body, div @render body. Okay, we will do it later. First of all, let's leave this thing here, otherwise it is gonna mess with us and it will give us error. We are going to do a lot of things here. First of all, we are just gonna clean up all of these files. They are just taking space, so let's remove this site.css guy. Let's delete it. Okay, let's remove the js file also. let's remove this JS and live files also. So press delete button. Okay, now we do not have any extra files. Now from where we are going to get our design, we are going to use this bootstrap template. So go here inside the getbootstrap.com. Here it is the official site of Bootstrap. So click here in the docs section, and when we go here, it is the template we are going to use. Just copy this guy and paste it here. Very good. And here we have only this CSS, which is coming from the CDNs, online CDNs, and here we have this JS file. It is also linked online, so they are coming from the CDNs. Okay, so what we are gonna do here, so just write here div class equals to container. Good. And here we are gonna write render body, and let's remove this guy and put this script section here. Okay, so let's try to run this project and let's see. Okay, let's change the name here. Let's name it book, let's see, online bookstore. That is a decent name for this project. So let's run this guy. Okay, now you can see everything is working fine, but now we do not have any navigation bar, so we will get the navigation bar from here. You do not need to worry about that, but we will not do it now. What we are gonna do, just type this bootswatch.com. It is a site that provide us the bootstrap bootstrap themes. You can use these themes in your project. It is open source, it is saying. So let's see, which should we use? This template will be fine. Now let's click here in the download button and we can download it. Now we have this bootstrap.min.css file. So let's see where it is. Okay, it is here, and let's cut this thing and just open this guy and paste it here. Where to paste it? Paste it here inside the CSS file. Paste. Now we have our own bootstrap file, so we are gonna remove this link and we are going to use this link. So what we are just going to do, just drag it and drop it here. Okay, nice. And remove this tilde sign. Sometimes it's give you errors. Now we have linked our bootstrap min.css, which we have downloaded from the Bootswatch. Okay, now we are going to use their navigation bar. We are going to use this navigation bar, so click here and copy code. Click here. Okay, here you can see I am moving my mouse, so mouse pointer here, so you will see these angular brackets here. Click here and click on copy code. Now what we have to do, we just have to paste it here inside the body. You can see we have added our navigation bar. Very good. Now we do not need this search bar here, so I'm going to remove it from here, and we do not need all of these unnecessary links here. So we will have this home and privacy. Okay, just home and privacy, so it will be our home/privacy. Fine. And here it will be our home/index. Very good. And let's remove this pricing and about and even this drop down. Right, so let's comment this. Maybe let's remove this thing and let's comment this thing. So commenting, press Ctrl K plus Ctrl C, Ctrl K, Ctrl C. Okay, so here how we can comment them. If you want to uncomment it, press Ctrl K and Ctrl U, Ctrl K U. Okay, so if you press Ctrl KC, it will comment. Ctrl K C, Ctrl K U for uncomment. We need to do one more thing here, and here it is our last name is eBookstore. Okay, and let's name it also eBookstore, ebook store, online book store. So that's fine. Let's put a home/index link here. So now if we click here, we are still in the home page. Okay, so linking is working fine. Now we have defined a login partial page inside this UL section. So we are gonna do the same. So we are just gonna put here partial name equals to login partial. Okay, let's try to run it. Let's go here, and now we do not need this Bootswatch flatly theme. If we navigate it, and here you will find the components, whatever components you want to use, you can use it from here. So I just want this card, this one. Okay, so how we can use this? So just copy this HTML. Do not need to remind all of these code. They are here on the internet, always available. Whenever you need, we can use it. Now we can see here we have these links, register and login. So let's go to our index.cshtml page here. Now let's remove this guy, fine, and paste this guy. So here we have this book title, card title and card. So let's do something here. So let's put it inside a div here, div. Okay, class equals to width 100, d flex, and justify content between, not LG, just between. Let's see everything is working fine or not. Let's copy this div. Okay, now let's copy these cards multiple times. So what we are gonna do, just for testing purpose, I'm gonna define a for loop here. Int I equals to 1, I is less than 4, I plus plus, I is less than 4, I plus plus. Okay, and let's put it here. Good. Okay, and let's make it 22 rem, I guess. So let's see, item is saved and it is taking it. Okay, fine. So we can see these multiple cards. If I put equals to here, now we will have 4 cards. Then where will go the 4th one? Let's see. So all of these are adjusted here. If I write here 8, let's see what will happen. Okay, so we have to change this functionality here. We need only 4 or 5 cards in our page. Okay, so let's try to fix this thing, and let's remove this guy, justify content between, and let's define here flex wrap. Okay, so now we are getting 3 items per page, sorry, per row. Now let's put some margin and padding here. First of all, let's define its width, and it would be 416 rem. Okay, so let's wait until that hot reload applied. Okay, now we have 4 items per row. Now let's define a little bit of width here. So just type here mx, margin from both left and right, and here my4, it is giving us margin from, sorry, mb4 is giving us margin from bottom. How it is looking now? Okay, we are looking a little better now. If I type here 3, let's see. Okay, so 3 is not working that great. Okay, so now we have a okay kind of design. Let's wait and let's see. So here we will define our book. So let's define here book title. Okay, and here we will define some of the information like author, price, something like that. And here we will have add to cart. Okay, so it is price. Okay, now we are having a problem because I haven't put it inside this paragraph tag. Now we should be fine. Okay, now these links are a little bit different from these ones because it is white color and it is grayish color. So let's go here. Okay, so let's open our login partial page. So we have here ULLI, we have this navigation here, and where is our navigation bar? Where is our navigation bar? Nav item, nav link. So we have here also nav item, nav link. Okay, it is using text dark here, so let's remove this text dark. We have this registration link, good, and we will have this registration link here also. Now here just find Bootstrap icons. We need icon for us. Let's see how we can use them. So we should have Bootstrap icon CDN. Okay, so here below we have some of these style sheets. So let's try to include this guy here. Fine, copy that guy and open your layout.cshtml page and now paste it here. Okay, and let's find something. Bootstrap cart icon. Okay, so let's copy this and let's see, is it working? So where is our layout, sorry, login partial page? Here it is good. And where okay, where should we put it? We should put it here. Okay, so here we have this logout button, form inline. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, it is here in the black color. Okay, looking not that much great, but it's okay. So let's see where we can put it. So let's create another nav item here. Let's just see, will it be fine? One more thing, let's type here text white. Okay, so now we have this, and it have the little bit of alignment issue, and it should be okay. Let's not focus too much on designing part, and let's create an okay kind of design. So now, okay, so let's put it inside the same link, copy it here, and just remove this register thing here, press enter, press one more enter. Now we have enough space. Now we can enter that thing here. It is the our icon card. Let's remove this thing from here, and from here also let's put just plain href. Okay, and we do not have to define any link right now. We need to find a badge. Okay, so here we have these badges. So let's find this info guy. So if I put it here just before this guy, and let's type here by default 1 or 0. Okay, so now it is looking much better. Okay, why it is not showing here the 0? I'm gonna stop this project. Okay, so here is our cart. Very good. Now let's do some more designing part. Let's close this login guy. We do not need it now. What we are going to do, we need a little bit of margin from the top. So let's type here mt means margin top. Let's type here 4, and let's type here is 9. Let's display 9 product here. Let's see how it is looking in 9. Okay, so we have this 4, 4, 8, and 9th one is not displaying right now, but it has displayed yet. Okay, it is displayed now. Okay, fine, absolutely fine. Now we need some more things here, and let's just write here div, and we need a form here. Okay, fine, let's find an inline form. So let's go here. Okay, so let's go here, the layout section. We will have a lot of forms here, form grid, form, it is here, the inline form. So let's copy this thing here, and let's paste it here. And one more thing, my4 or just 2. Okay, it is asking me to stop. Let's rebuild again. Okay, so it has this @ here, that's why it is giving me error. Let's remove that @ from here. Okay, and it is looking like this. It is not looking that much great here. First of all, we have to cut this thing, call md12 from here, and just paste it below. It is taking too much time to reflect changes. Now we are okay, we will see it later. So first of all, we are removing this remember me section. We do not need this thing. Now here we have this submit section. Let's name it filter. Okay, or let's name it search. And here let's remove this ID section from here. Placeholder will be search by title, and let's name it search by title. Let's see how it is looking. We have to define it inside a class. Okay, my2. Now it should be fine. That's funny. And what else we can do here? Preferences. It is not a preferences. Okay, we have to change it, and it is called genres. That is, genres will be action, horror, romance, science fiction. That's our genre section. Let's put this ID genre ID. That's it. We will change it later. So let's see. Okay, we are looking much better right now. Now we need to work on these images. They are looking pathetic right now. And here, so what we can do right now, we can just find some image. We can go to some site like this one, Lorem Pixum, and we can copy this guy. Where is our image? Where is our image section? Here is it. So let's paste it here. Okay, let's see how it is looking. Let's go back from here and let's go there. Changes successfully made. Okay, so it is looking too much big right now. Actually, it is very big image and we have to find a suitable image for this thing. So what I'm going to just right now, let's remove this image section. Okay, we can do it later if we want. Okay, so here, very good. We are looking okay. And I am not a great designer. I'm also a okay kind of designer. Okay, so what we have learned in this lesson, we have learned how to implement our design with the help of Bootstrap, and we have used this Bootswatch site which provides us some cool template like this one, and we have defined our own home page in this lesson. But suddenly I have remembered that we need to add the information of this author inside our model, book model. So let's add this field. Okay, so we will have this author name also here, author name. And actually you might be thinking that, hey, why didn't you create another table for author and link that table to this table? And we are not going to do that. It is going to be a little bit complicated, and we do not want that complication here because we are here to learn the shopping cart functionality. You can do it on your own if you want to change the design of this database. So I'm just going to add this author name here. That's it, nothing else. So we have done here. Now we need to add a migration file. So let's run this migration. Type here add migration. Let's name it author name to book. That's it. Okay, so let's update the database. Okay, so now what we are going to do in this section, we are going to do some database entries. Let's open the SQL Server, and I'm hoping that you have installed it. You are not using any command-based SQL Server. That's what I'm hoping. Okay, so let's open this guy here. Let's open this, where it is, book shopping cart MVC. Yeah, this one. We need this database. Here you can see we have these multiple tables, and these ASP.NET role claims, etc., are created by the Microsoft boilerplate template, or we can say that identity template. So here what we are going to do, we are going to enter some genre directly into database. So let's add them. Let's create. Okay, I have gathered some data. So we are gonna have these genres. So first one will be our adventure. Very good. Next one will be romance, and another one will be horror. Okay, good. And why these changes are not reflected? Yeah, we are fine. Okay, adventure, science fiction, romance. Okay, so now what we are going to do, we are going to add some book detail here. So here and here we can see all the information related to book, that we have this ID which is primary key, and this genre ID which is a foreign key and linked to genre table. So because we are using foreign keys here, then you cannot enter the genre ID which is not present in this table. So this table have only 1 2 3 4. There is not a 5 here, so you cannot enter 5 here. Okay, you can just enter 1 2 3 or 4. That's why the foreign keys are very useful, so that you cannot enter the invalid data. So let's type here null. Okay, now we are fine. I pressed escape there, so we are going to enter these entries right now. So let's enter them. Book name, and it is the author name. Okay, and here we are seeing that these changes are not made here. I don't know why it is not happened here. So the author name should be present here. I don't know, like it may be my migration command did not work properly. So I'm gonna run that thing again. So let's add the price. Let's add it to 500. Just image will be null, genre ID will be 1. Okay, so what we are going to do right now, I'm gonna open my project here which I have closed. Let it be like this. Open the package manager console here and type the update database command. Update database. I don't know why the changes are not reflected to database that time. Okay, so it's saying that it's done. Let's close this table and let's refresh it. Let's see, book columns. Okay, now we have this author name. Fine, we are absolutely fine right now. So let's open this table, right click here and click on edit 200 rows. Okay, and let's close it for now. Move here and let's add this author name, Zach London. Good. I'm pausing the recording here. I am entering this record into this table. Okay, so now I have entered all of these record related to genre ID1, which is the adventure. So all of these books are the adventure book, and I don't have the images of any book here except this Hobbit, the Hobbit. So if you have all the images related to book, you can enter their name here also. So I have only this image here, so let's find its name with file extension. So we have the type of this file is JFIF. Okay, so let's enter the name with the extension here. So we have this thing here, the Hobbit, and its image name is Hobbit, 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 JFIF. I guess I don't have any spelling mistake right now. HOBBIT, Hobbit, JFIF is the file extension. Okay, so if you have images like abc.jpeg, you can enter it. So if you have all the images, you can enter them here. I don't have any images right now except this Hobbit one, so I'm not going to enter them. Okay, that's it. So let's do some more entries. So here I have done some entries and these are completed right now. So these entries from this, okay, 1 to 8 are related to genre ID1, which is adventure. Then these 9 to 16, these are related to ID2, which is science and fiction. And from 17 to 22 are related to ID3, which is romance. And after that all the records are related to genre ID4, which is horror. Okay, so the entry part is done right now. We have entered all of these records. Now we are good. We have some data. Now we can load them into the home page. First of all, what we are going to do, we are going to add a folder here inside this, www root, and here we will have our static files. So we are going to add a folder here. Let's name it images. That's fine. And let's add these two images here. So I have created this default image. If we don't have any image present in database, then we will simply display this image instead of that. So I have created this image in MS Paint. You can also create it, or you can enter any default or any image. It's totally up to you. So these are the dimension of this image, 254 into 300. So its height will be 300 pixels and width will be 254 pixel. Okay, you can adjust it according to your need. You don't rely on these dimensions always. Okay, so let's cut these images and paste them here. Okay, so now we have these two images. Now what we are going to do in this section, we are going to display some products in our home page. Okay, so let's create a repository for it. Let's name it, okay, let's create a new folder here, repositories, and let's add a file here. We need a class, so I am not going to create interface first, I will create it later. Home repository. So let's define some method here. First method will be public display books. Okay, it will have string search term as term. Okay, it is our search string which is by default empty, and we will have category id. Category id equals to 0. That's it. Let's keep it void. So let's just see what we need in our home page. We need a book title, book image, and author, price. That's it. And I guess everything is coming from the same table except for the genre. What we are going to do here, just open this table here, just add a field. Let's add here not mapped. Okay, this field is not going to be entered in the database, and what we will declare here, we will declare here string genre name, and this genre name is not present in this table, so we need a join query for that. That's it. And we will display one more thing here, it will be genre. So let's create a link query here. Let's name it books from book in, I forget one thing, that is we need a constructor here. Type CTOR, press double tap, and it will create a constructor for us. Now why we need this constructor here, because we are going to inject our database context here, database context class. Okay, so right here private read only database. Let's see what it was. What is our database context class? Here it is our ApplicationDbContext. Okay, so here is our database context class, which is ApplicationDbContext. That's fine. Let's enter it, ApplicationDbContext. Press Control dot, type it here, and just enter it. Now what we are going to do, we are using the powerful feature of global using, which was introduced in .NET 6. So right click here, add new class. Let's name it global usings .cs. Okay, and we do not need this anything here. What I am going to do, I'm just going to copy this thing here. Now when I have copied and pasted it here, now you will see that it is saying that the name ApplicationDbContext does not exist in the current context. That is why it is happening. Why? Because we haven't using this namespace here. So how we can solve this problem? Just type here global. Now this using namespace is globally present in our table. Now you do not need to enter everywhere whenever you need this namespace. So if we need this namespace in this class, we do not need to enter it here, and it will go so on. So if you have second repository, which we definitely have, and in this second repository we also need to enter this line. So we need to enter it multiple times in our project, so that's why I have moved it here in the global usings. Okay, that's why I have done it. We need some more things here, like we also need our models everywhere. What else we do need here? We also need our repositories in multiple times in our project. So that's it, and we will enter it later. Okay, that's fine. So it is saying that public must be precede member type and okay, so let's write here, let's declare the field name, which will be DbContext. Okay, we can also do it like this, which I didn't know previously. If I type here DbContext or just DB, okay, and if I press Control dot here, we have these several options here: rename DbContext to DB, create and assign property DB, create and assign field DB. So if I click here, create and assign field DB, it will create a field for us here and automatically assign the value to this field. So we are gonna change it to _db_db. That's the naming convention for declaring fields. Now we can continue further. db.books, very good. Join genre in db.genre on book.genre id equals genre.id. If we type here select new book, let's enter some field here like id, book.id, and this image equals to book.image, author name equals to book.authorName, book name equals to book.name, genre id equals to book.genre id, price book.price. And what else we need here? The genre name, which will come from the genre table. That's why we have written a join query genre.genre name. Okay, now let's see to list async, and this method is going to be an async task IEnumerable book. Okay, so it is going to return the list of books to us. Let's write here stem equals to stem dot to lower. It is going to convert the search term to the lower strings, where string dot is null or empty. Stem, it means whether this stem will be null or we will find our records by the term. Now we will search. If this search term is null, then okay. If it is not null, then we will filter our records from the database depend on this stem. Okay, so how do we filter? First of all, let's type here book dot name, and it should be book dot title. That will be more thoughtful name. Book dot book name dot to lower dot starts with, and it should be stem. Okay, so if stem is null, then it's okay, it will not filter any record. But if stem is not null, then it will say that hey, give me the records of those books which will be starts with this. So if you passed here a, s term equals to a, so if s term equals to a, what it is going to do, it is going to give us all the book which have book name starts with a. So that's it. Let's put a bracket here. Let's check one more condition. What if we do not have any books? Then we are also going to check that book doesn't equals to null. And are we allowed to do this? Yeah, we are allowed. Right now I'm not 100% sure this method will work fine or not. We will check it later when we will test it. Okay, so that's it. Now we have filtered our code with term or search string. Okay, so let's filter it with category ID. So simply I'm not going to do here, I'm not going to make it more complicated for you. So I'm just typing here if category, okay, it is not a category ID, it was a genre ID. So genre ID, so right here genre ID is greater than 0, then we can simply filter here books equals to books dot where, okay, it should be await books dot where a books dot why it is not working fine, books dot to list, so it is async type, so I'm awaiting it. Okay, just type here to list, we do not need to await it, books dot where a dot genre ID equals to genre ID to list. Okay, and since it is a async method, it expect us to await something. Just type here to list async. Okay, so we have converted these books to this IEnumerable book. We have to use await here. Okay, and let's remove this question mark from here. That is fine. Okay, now we will return these books. So what we are doing here, we have created a method with async task. It means it is an asynchronous method which is expecting this kind of data to return. So we are expecting it will return a list of book, okay, and name is display books. We can also change its name, so let's change it get books. It is making more sense. So we have this method called get books which is expecting two optional parameters. First one is search term, another one is genre ID. So if we pass, okay, but before that what we are doing here, we are converting this search term to lower. We are using this link query to join two tables, genre and book, because we need genre name which is not present in the book table. That's why we have to join book and genre table. So now here we are joining these two tables. After joining this, we are using this toList async because we have to use some asynchronous methods so that we can use the await functionality, and this method can be called as async method. Okay, but here we have this line where search term is null or empty, or we can just check it is null or void space is null or void space. Okay, so even if we pass this, it will not accept it. Okay, so we can also use it here. So we are just checking, we are here filtering our records. Even if we have not any search string, then it will return all the records. Otherwise, if we are getting this search term, then it will filter our records with search term, and we will compare our book name with search term. It means if a book name will starts with this search term, then these records will be filtered according to this search term. So here we are checking if we are getting genre ID or not. If we are getting a genre ID, then we will filter it with genre ID. That's it. We are returning the books from here. Let's create an interface for it. IHomeRepository. It is an interface which is not present in our project. So just click here and press Control dot. You will see this pop-up window where we will see these options, and we will select this generate new, and it is going to create an interface for us. So here it is saying that access public class kind of interface. It is interface book shopping cart UI, this project, create a new file. That's it. Okay, now we can see here that it has generated this IHomeRepository.cs. Okay, now what we have to do, we have to declare these methods there. We only have this method, so we can copy this line from here to here and paste it here. Okay, and just remove async from here, press semicolon here. So now we have created our interface. Now what we have to do, we have to register it as a service in our program.cs file, so that we can use the functionality of dependency injection. Okay, so open this program.cs file and just type here builder.services.add. Okay, let me close this. Okay, we are now fine. Add transient IHomeRepository, HomeRepository, and we can remove it from here because I guess we have defined this thing here using book shopping cart MVC UI.data. Okay, so what we have done here, we have resolved our dependency in this section. We have registered these services here. If you will forget to write these lines, you will get definitely error in the near future when you will use this IHomeRepository as a service. So please do not forget to write this line here. Okay, so now let's move here to our home page, home controller. So copy this line and let's write here IHomeRepository, HomeRepository. Okay, let's write it here also. Remove the underscore. Now HomeRepository equals to HomeRepository. What we are doing here, we are injecting this HomeRepository in our controller. Okay, so that we can use the functionality of this HomeRepository, and make sure that you have registered this service in your program.cs file like we have done earlier. We have registered them here. Okay, if you will not write these lines, you will get an error. Now what we are going to do here, let's display our data here, books equals to, and before that we will have here two optional parameter. First one will be string s term, second one will be integer genre id equals to 0. Okay, now just type here home repository get books, and one thing that these two are optional parameter. If I do not pass them, I will not get any error. Okay, but we need to pass them. Genre id, that's it, genre id. Okay, it has genre genre id. Now it is an async task method, so we cannot directly get its data. It is a task type, and we need a list here. We need this IEnumerable books. Okay, sorry, book, we need this. So it is saying that you cannot implicitly convert this type to this type. You can read it here. So to remove this error, we have to type here await. But now we have written here await, so it is expecting a synchronous method. That's why we have to convert this method to a asynchronous one. So async task. Now we are good, so we will pass this thing to here. Click here, right click, go to view, and go here, right here, model IEnumerable book. Here, instead of for each for loop, we will write here for each where book in model. Rather than this, we will write here book dot title. Sorry, it was not title, book name. Here book dot author name and book dot price. We need to do one more thing here. First of all, we will check @if string dot is null or empty not model book dot image. If this is image is null, and else, so let's write an else condition here. If this image is not null, okay, if we are getting an image from database, then what we will do, we will just write here images. Let me see that we have this folder here. Yeah, images slash book dot image. Okay, so we will fetch this name from the database. Otherwise we are going to display this no image file that I have created. You can use any image of your choice, that's totally up to you. So we are going to display here no image.png. Okay, we are good so far. Now what we have to do, we have to use these parameters s-term. So let's type here s-term. Not here, here. id equals to s term. Okay, one more thing, genre id, and that genre id will be display here, genre id. So here we can see this thing. We are getting this data from the database. Here we have this image, the hobbit. We are gonna just do one thing here, just one thing. So let's type here style width equals to 100%, height GIGST is 300px. Let's copy this line and paste it here. Okay, now these images will be even in the terms of height. Okay, right now designing is not that much important. What is important here is that we are not getting this image here. Let me see why we are not getting it here. So let's right click here and here image is null, because somehow we have entered null data, and I don't want to waste that much time on finding these images. That's why I have used this no image for this project. Now we have to do one more thing here. We have to load this list from the database. Right now it is loading from the, what we say, loading statically. We have to go there in repositories section. So let's open this home repository, and here let's create a method public async task IEnumerable, and it will give us genre list genre. Okay, we can simply return here return db dot genres dot to list async. We can simply use this. Let's copy this line and paste it here in our interface. I guess we are good now. Now what we need to do, we need a new model. Okay, so let's add here DTOs. Let's create a new model, book display model.cs. What this book display will contain, it will contain two properties. First one will be IEnumerable book. First one will contain the list of books. Okay, second one will contain the list of genres. Genre. That's it. Now what we will do here, rather than passing directly this list, we will create an instance of that model. So book model equals to new book display model. Okay, and you can do it like this, equals to new. You can also do this. Now let's find IEnumerable. Let's name it genre. Genres equals to await HomeRepository dot get genre or genres. So we are getting some error. Cannot we use like a method? So let me see. HomeRepository genres. Okay, here we are getting some error. So if we write here await. Okay, so let's see what we are getting here. I think I have done some mistake. Let's open this interface file, and here I have forget to put these parentheses. Now we are good, absolutely good. Let's close this thing, and now rather than passing this thing, let's cut this thing here and paste it here. So we will pass this book model, and what we can do here, we can just write here new book display model, and it will contain books equals to books, comma genres equals to genres. Since we are passing this book model here, we have to go here, and rather than using this, we have to use this, use this book model, book display model. Okay, now what we are going to do, let's open this global reusing, and let's write here, just copy this line, models.dto. Okay, now we are able to see it here. Now we need to do one more change here, write model.books. Okay, so this change is done, and let's do one more change here. We need to do one more thing here, name. So this name should be genre ID. We can also remove this ID, it is not needed, but name is a mandatory field here. So just type here name equals to stem. Make sure that this name should be present here. Okay, this name should be here, we have defined it stem, it should be here stem, and we have defined here genre ID, it should be here genre ID. Okay, these two things should be same, otherwise you are not going to get any data there. So make sure that it should be matched with your parameters. So here we have genre ID, here we have genre ID, and I is capital. Here we have this stem, here we have this stem. Okay, so please do not make any spelling mistake. Okay, now we have here form, so let's type here ASP action equals to index, that's it, and just type here @for each where genre in model.genres. Let's copy this guy and paste it here, and remove all of these three. Now this value will be fetched from database, it will be genre.id, and this name will be fetched from here, so it will be genre.name, genre name, that is it, genre.id. So let's run this project, and I hope we are not getting any error right now. Okay, so we are good, and we are getting these things from here. So if I choose here adventure and type on search, all of these books are related to this adventure category or adventure genre. This genre and author are coming in the same line. So let's put something here, let's define some paragraphs. So if I type here P and paste this author here, and if I type one more paragraph and just paste it here, let's remove these spaces, let's see how it is looking. Okay, so it is how it is looking, and it is looking more ugly right now. So now we have checked that this adventure, this is working perfectly. Let's type here that I want this book, name it. Will it search it for me? Yeah, here. If I type here Hobbit, will it search? No. I guess that was the Hobbit. Yeah, it is here. Let's do one more thing here. Open this thing here where it is book display model, and let's type here string as term and public int genre id. Okay, let's define it here blank. Let's define it here 0. What if I write here book model dot stterm, book model, and I can directly type here stterm equals to stterm and genre id equals to genre id. Genre id. We need to do one more change. Well, let's stop it and go here. Let's remove it, this 4. Let's copy this. Actually, it doesn't matter, but it should be related to this one, and it should be related to stterm. If I just type here value equals to model dot stterm, and if I write here checked, not checked, right here selected equals to genre id. Yeah, so let's see what will happen. Now we are not getting any values here, but if I type here T, I want every book that starts with T, so we are able to see this T here. Okay, now we are getting lot of book starts with T, the call of this, adventure and science fiction, horror, romance, science fiction. So let's see, let's type here the horror and let's search it. We need a book with category horror and it starts with T. So that is very fine. Now I need one more button here. So let's add that button. Input type equals to reset. Let's make it dark. So if I click on this, will it reset? No, it is not resetting. So what I have to do here, let's make it A. Let's type here href equals to home/home/index. So if I write this thing here, okay, it has reset our data. Now we are getting all the data. So now I guess we have implemented the home page functionality with filter and this thing, what is it, genre id. So let's type here one more thing. Rather than choose, we'll type here genre. Okay, now we are seeing here genre. Now we have created our home page, we have displayed our products in home page, and let me inform you why this image is not displaying, because I have accidentally entered the string null in the database. So rather than entering a null value, I have entered a string null there. That's why we do not have here any image, because we do not have any image with the name null in our folder, and it is asking for that image. So that's why that is the mistake. In the next lesson, we will try to implement the cart functionality. We will make this add to cart button functionable. Okay, so first thing I want to do here, I want to change this design a little bit. That was looking not that much great. So let's change it to 180 pixel. And okay, so let's see, and let's change its width 1211 rem. Okay, and let's increase its margin little bit. I guess we are fine. And I want to do one more thing here. Just remove all of these paragraphs. Let's put all of them inside here in a single paragraph. So let's cut this guy, paste it here. Okay, now let's put a b tag here. It means this genre will be bold here. So let's put this b tag here also, here also. Let's put a space here, that's fine, here and here. Now let's check that everything is good or not. Yeah, now it is looking little bit better, but not that great, but we are gonna leave it just like as it is. Okay, here this price, let's see why. Okay, so this price is coming here. So what we can do here, can we put br here? Actually it's not a good practice, and we should find some proper solution here, but right now we are in a little bit hurry. Okay, so it is working now. Let's move to the functionality from this designing part. Let's create a repository here, and let's name it CartRepository. Okay, so it will be our cart repository. Let's define some method here. So let's guess that it is a boolean type, public bool. Let's name AddItem. So let's type here constructor CTOR double tap. So just type here ApplicationDbContext. Let's name it DB. Press Control dot here and create and assign DB. That's it. Let's remove this from here. Put an underscore. It is a good naming convention. Now we can distinguish this underscore DB with this parameter. Okay, it is called parameter and this one is called field. You can see here it is a field, and if we hover our mouse here you will see it is a parameter. Let's assume that it is a void method string user ID. Let's just say we have it. Okay, first we will see that if this user has a cart, actually let's make a private method here, a private bool has cart string user ID. So let's find here where result equals to cdb dot shopping carts dot first or default. Here x dot user ID equals to user ID. Return result doesn't equals to null, then true, otherwise false. Okay, let's name it get cart. So let's return this result and let's name it to cart. Okay, then we can find, and it should be a cart, shopping cart. That's it. Let's write here where cart equals to get cart string user ID. We are expecting a integer book ID comma quantity. I'll just name it QTY, quantity. Now we need to find this user ID. So let's see how we can find the user ID. So we need the user manager, identity user, user manager, press control dot, create and assign field. So from this service we can get the user info that is stored inside the token, sorry, not token, authentication cookie. Okay, and it should be, let's remove this user manager from here, and we need one more service, private read only IHTTP context accessor, context accessor, IHTTP context accessor, context accessor, and let's change it to HTTP context accessor, and it should be HTTP context accessor underscore. Now let's type here equals to HTTP context accessor, and I'm forgetting something here, that is comma. Okay, now it has stopped yelling at me. Now we have linked these services here, so let's create a private method here that will return us a user ID. Private string get user ID, where user equals to HTTP context accessor dot HTTP context dot user dot, okay, that's it, user. Now it will return us a claim principal, where user ID equals to user manager. Let's change here our naming convention, user manager. Okay, that is underscore user manager, user manager dot get user ID, and it is asking us for this parameter, which is claims principal type. So here it is our claims principal, or we can just name it principal. That will make more sense. Now we can get this string user ID. Let's change it to a string. So let's return that user ID. So let's change it to get user ID. Now we have our user ID, we have our cart. So let's just say if cart is empty, sorry, cart is empty means cart is null, then we will create a new cart. So cart equals to new shopping cart, sorry, user ID equals to user ID. We are assuming that we do not have this user ID as nullable. Okay, so let's type here bool async task add item, sorry, not add item, async task. Inside this parameter, parenthesis, sorry, it's not parenthesis, it's a angular bracket. Inside these angular bracket we will type bool. This method will return a boolean value. If user ID, if a string dot is null or empty user ID. If we don't find this user ID, then we will return a false value from here. Okay, so that's it, and this bool should be removed. Let's change it to first or default async. Let's change it to async task shopping cart, and it should be await. Now we have to write here await Okay, because this method is a async method, so we need to use this await once. User ID, if cart is null, then db dot shopping carts dot add dot cart. Okay, now we need a transaction here because we have to do changes in multiple tables. And suppose we are saving a cart here. Okay, here we have saved a cart. When we are adding the values to cart detail, we are getting an error. Now what will happen? These cart detail will not enter to the database, but that cart will be added to database. So that should not happen. Okay, either this whole transaction will happen or none of it. That is the ACID property, which is called atomicity. That's why we are using a transaction here. So let's write here using where transaction equals to db dot database dot begin transaction, and we will write here a try block, and here we will have that catch block, exception ex return false. So if we don't have a cart, we will add a value to it correspond to that user. Now we have a value in cart. Now cart details section. Okay, so here we will add cart details. First we will check that where cart item equals to and db dot cart details dot first or default a dot cart shopping cart id equals to cart dot id and a dot book id equals to book id. So let's put a semicolon here. Now we are finding that if we have a record correspond to this shopping cart id and this book id, if we have this record, okay, so if cart item is not null, then what will happen? So we will simply update the quantity of cart item. So cart item dot quantity plus equals to qty, otherwise we will enter that cart item. Let's see what we can do. Okay, cart item equals to new cart detail. Here book id equals to book id, cart shopping cart id equals to cart dot id. That's it. And one more thing, here we should write db dot save changes. Now these changes will be reflected to database and we will get this cart id after saving these changes. Quantity equals to qty. That's it. So db dot cart details dot add cart item. Here we will write db dot save changes. So it is how our cart detail item works. We need to do one more thing, transaction dot commit. Okay, and from here we will return true. Now it is our cart item. Now let's do the same and we will write a method for RemoveItem. And here we do not need a quantity, we just need this book id. So here if we find that this user does not have any cart, then we will simply return false from here, because this condition should not fall. User must have a cart. If he does not have a cart, then how we can remove an item from it? Just return a false from here, or you can also throw an error from here. It's totally up to you. Now first we will check if cart item is null, then return false. Okay, if somehow we fall into this category, then we will return from here. Then we can move here to else. It means now cart item is not null. Let's just type here else if cart item dot quantity equals to 1, db dot cart details dot remove cart item. Okay, if we have a cart item with quantity 1, then we will simply remove it from the database. Otherwise, what we will do, we will decrease its quantity. So cart item dot quantity cart item dot quantity -1. And since we are not making changes in multiple tables, then we are not using transactions here. So how algo is working here? First we are getting the user ID, then we are finding that if user ID is null or not. If it's null, then we will return from here with false value. Now if it is not null, we will move further and we will get the cart of this user. If cart is null, then we will return with a false value from here. Now we are finding a cart item here with the help of this cart ID and book ID. If we have that cart item exist in the cart details table, then we will move further. Otherwise we will return with a false value from here. So if we have that cart item, then we will check that if its quantity is 1. If its quantity is 1, then we will simply remove it from the database or database table, because we cannot decrease it to the 0. 0 means we do not have that item. That's it. Otherwise we will decrease its quantity by 1. And here at last we will do the save changes. We will return a true value from here. So it is our RemoveItem method. Now we will write another method that will be public async task and IEnumerable. It will return us a cart, shopping cart. Get user cart. So here let's open cart model here. It is here. Okay, so I forget to write this line here because we are doing one-to-many relationship with cart and cart details. So I must add this thing here, public iCollection cart detail. Let's just name it cart details. Now what am I doing here? I'm trying to get record from the multiple tables, because if we look at the structure, we have the shopping cart, and this shopping cart have multiple cart details. And if we go here to the cart details, one cart details have book. Okay, so one cart item have a book. If we go here inside that book have a genre. Okay, so to get the record from all of the tables, I have to join these 4 tables. I have to write a inner join query for all of these 4 tables. Okay, so what I have done here, let's just go here inside this home repository. here we are joining just these two tables, book and genre, but in this section we have to join the four tables. First one will be this shopping cart, then another one will be shopping cart detail or cart detail, third one will be book, and fourth one will be genre. So we need the record from all of these tables. Now we have two ways to do it. First way is to do this link query, and we have one more way, which is called getting data from the related data of the table. So we will use include method here for that. Let's just say shopping cart equals to db.shopping_cart, but first we need to find the user, so where user id equals to get user id. So if user id equals to null, then throw exception, just pass this message. Okay, so now we will type here shopping carts dot include a dot cart details. Okay, now we will include then a dot this cart detail will have a book. Good, then this book will have genre, a dot genre. So now we are connecting these four tables with these lines. Now we will simply write here a dot user id equals to user id. Okay, now we can return the shopping cart from here, but first we need to write here to list async, and we can just write here await cart. Now throw new exception. I guess we should be fine here. Now we have this get user cart method also, so let's shrink it also here. So what we are going to do, we are going to create an interface for this cart repository. Interface, let's name is ICartRepository. Now let's copy this name and paste it here. Very good. Now we are going to copy this section, paste it here. Fine. Now we need to copy this section also. Okay, just paste it here. Now let's copy this section, copy it here. We have these three methods: AddItem, RemoveItem, and GetUserCart. Now we need to register these services here inside the program.cs file. Just paste it, and ICartRepository, it should be cart repository. That's it. Okay, so till now we have created a cart repository class where we have defined these methods: AddItem, RemoveItem, GetUserCart, and that's it. It is a private method, so I'm not counting it. So let's create one more method here, private async task. It will be integer type, get cart item count. So it will return us how many items are available in the cart. So here what we will do, we will type pass a parameter here which will be optional. So if we type here if string dot is null or empty user ID. So if we do not have user ID, then we will simply write here user ID equals to get user ID. So I'm making this method multi-purpose, so we will see later why I did this. That's fine. If we do not have user ID, then we will find it from here. Now let's write a link query here, so where data equals to from cart in db.shopping_cart. Let's put a await here. So db.shopping_carts join cart detail in db.cart details on cart.id equals cart detail.id. cart.id equals to cart details dot shopping cart id. So we are joining these two tables and we will select new cart detail dot id. That's it, and just type here to list async. It should be to list async because we are using await here. We will return data.count from here. Okay, so this method will give us total items in the cart. So since we have changed it here, what we are going to do, just copy this method from here and move to the ICartRepository interface and paste it here. Now we need to change these methods also, because now we will return total number of items in the cart rather than returning a true false value. Okay, so just change these to the integer. Before they were boolean. Okay, I need to put semicolon here. Before though they were boolean values, now we need to change them to the integer. I did this because so that we can get the cart item, total item in the cart whenever user add item to the cart, or whenever user removes an item from the cart. At the end it will get us the total number of item in the cart. So that's the logic here. Async is not needed here. That's fine. So since we have changed its signature, so we need to change it here also in the cart repository. So let's move here and change it to integer and change this one to integer also. So let's move here and let's see. Okay, so rather than returning a false from here, throw new exception and just pass user is not logged in. Okay, so if user ID is null here, it means user is not logged in. That's it, nothing fancy. Let's just remove this false from here. Let's just remove this thing from here. Pass where, let's just name it cart item count equals to cart item get cart item count, and here we will have this user ID. And let's see, so we need this user ID. Cut it from here and paste it here. We are doing this so that we can find it here. So user ID. Now we will get cart item here, so we can return cart item count. Let's just see, is it a synchronous method? Yes. So we have to write here await. Just copy this guy, these two lines, and open the removeItem method here and just paste it here. That's good. Cut this line, cut this line, very good, and do the same thing here also. just cut this line and paste it here. Now we need to do same thing here. We will throw an exception from here. Throw new exception, user is not logged in, and one more exception we will throw here. So let's just throw new exception, cart is empty. Okay, so if user ID is null, it means user is not logged in. If cart is null, it means cart is empty. And if cart item is null, no items in cart. And let's just see, invalid cart, no items in the cart, it means cart is empty. Okay, so we are just handling exception here, so we can remove it. Okay, now we are good. We can remove this. It is looking great. Okay, so we have refactored these two methods. So what we are doing here, we are finding the user ID. We are checking that if user ID is null, if it is null or not. If it is null, we will throw an exception, user is not logged in. Then we are finding cart from this method. If cart is null, we will throw an exception, invalid cart. Now we are finding a cart item with the help of these cart ID and book ID. So okay, let me put it here so that it is easily visible. Okay, so if cart item is null, then it means cart is empty. If cart item is not null, then these two conditions will be followed. So here we are checking one more condition. If we have only one item in the cart with this book ID, suppose we have a book named Hobbit, so user have only one book named Hobbit in his cart, then what will we do? We will not decrease its quantity because its quantity will be 0. It means it doesn't exist in the cart. So rather than decreasing its quantity, we will remove it from the cart. But if its quantity is greater than 1, we will simply decrease its quantity. Then we will do the save changes here, and then we will find the cart items here, and we will return the cart item to the user. Same will be happen here. So in the AddItem method, so because I have changed little bit these methods, so I am again explaining them. So first we are finding user ID here, then we are beginning a transaction so that we can make sure that every change made in every table should be reflected to the database. Okay, so here we are checking that if user ID is null, it means user is not logged in, then we will throw an exception here. Now we are finding a cart corresponding to this user ID. If cart is null, here with what we will do, we will create a new cart item, sorry, not cart item, we will create a new instance of shopping cart corresponds to this user ID. Then this cart item will be added to the database here. Here we will do the save changes, then we are finding the cart item. So it is the logic for finding the cart item or cart details corresponding to this shopping cart ID which we have created here, or if we already have that cart, then we will fetch it from here. So basically the shopping cart ID we will get from this cart. Okay, either it is present in the database or we are creating it here, it doesn't matter, it will give us an ID. And here we are checking one condition more, book ID equals to book ID, which we are getting as a parameter. Okay, so this book ID is a parameter. Now if cart item is not null, then we will increase its quantity. And if cart item is null, then we will create a new instance of cart item and add that instance to cart details. Then db.save changes, and then we will commit the transaction, make sure that everything is saved to the database. Otherwise, anything happened here, any error happened here, it will automatically rolled back to the previous state. So that's give us a surety of atomicity, the first principle of ACID, atomicity, consistency, integrity, isolation and durability. At the end, we are finding the total number of items in the cart and we are returning them to the user here. So that's it. So I guess we have created our, let's create a new controller. Let's just name it CartController. Okay, so it will be a CartController. Add, we have to do one thing here. We have to put this authorize attribute. It means only a logged in user can access this controller. We will have some methods here like add item int id, book id, int quantity equals to 1. So by default quantity will be 1 and it will be an optional parameter. So same thing, we will have another method here, RemoveItem. So quantity is not needed here, only book id. That's it. We will have another method here which is GetUserCart. Okay, and one more thing, get total item in cart. I hope these 4 methods will be enough. If we need any other method or if we need to change something in these methods, we will change it in future. So everything is not here a foolproof. It means it's not possible that we are not getting any error here. So if anything bad happens, we will change them in future. Like we have changed this cart repository, then because suddenly I have realized that I need this kind of functionality, so I need to change these cart repository methods a little bit. So those tweaks and changes maybe happen in the future. Okay, so let's run this project. Let's see, do we have any errors or not? So yeah, we have error. Because of this error, it is saying that we haven't implemented this cart. Where is it? Okay, so this one, get cart. It is not present in ICartRepository. Okay, I totally forget about that. Now I guess we don't have any problem. Let's build the project. CartRepository does not implement interface member ICartRepository get item, get cart item count string. Okay, so what is the problem here? Get cart, it is a private. Okay, so these things should be public and public. Let's build it again. Okay, let's build it again and let's see, build succeeded 0 fold 1 up to date. So everything is fine right now. So let's close this guy here. Let's move here. We need to check one more thing, that do we have linked this repository here? Yes. So we have registered our services here. That is fine. So once we have created these repositories, now we have to use them as a service. So we need to register them here. Since we have created 2 repositories, IHomeRepository and ICartRepositories, and we want to use them as a service through dependency injection. That's why we need to register them here. So please do not forget to register them here, both IHomeRepository and ICartRepository. let's just create constructor here, type CTOR, and let's type here ICartRepository. Good. Let's just name it CartRepo. Okay, and remove the underscore, press control dot. It will do some refactoring for us, create and assign field cart repo. So what it will do, it will create a field here for us and assign a value to this field. So I'm just gonna change this one here so that I can change it here also. Okay, now this field and this parameter can be distinguished. So it is a naming convention for creating fields. That's why I am putting an underscore here. Now we are good. We can use the methods of cart repository here easily. So let's see what we can do. Okay, one more thing here I just forgot to do. Actually, one more thing we have to change here. It should not be IEnumerable. Okay, that's it. It should be an object. That's why go there also and open it. So here, GetUserCart, it should be like this, not hopping cart, it's shopping cart, and that's it, or default, and it should be async somewhat. Let's build project again. Let's see. Okay, so everything is fine, and I am doing lots of refactoring here because I didn't do proper planning for this project, and I am going with flow, and when I am finding some errors I am changing my code again, but it's a bad practice. You should always make a proper plan and always take your time on pen and paper and think that what kind of method you are going to create, which kind of data it is going to return us, and that's it. But due to shortage of time I was not able to do this. Please forgive me for that mistake. Sorry guys. So let's close it here and move here. So now let's write this method. So it will be an asynchronous method, task iaction result, int redirect equals to 0. So this method we are going to hit from two locations. One will be a JavaScript method where it will just return a count of cart, but when we will hit it without a JavaScript method, then it will simply redirect to the GetUserCart method. So that's the logic here. So I'm just gonna write here if redirect equals to redirect is greater than 0, then return redirect to action get user cart. Else just let's type here okay, and here we will pass the count, or let's just say if redirect equals to 0, then it will return okay, otherwise it will redirect to action. Both conditions are fine. Let's type here where CartCount equals to repo CartRepository dot get user cart, sorry, not AddItem, and pass book ID to it, pass quantity to it, and write await here, and we are assuming that we are getting cart count here. Just return the cart count here. So that's our AddItem method. So let's copy this line and paste it here. Cart count equals to remove item. Quantity will be removed from here, and we will simply paste it here. That's it. Await operator can only be used in async method. Okay, here it should be an async. It should be a task, and close it here. Now we are good. So let's do the same here. Just copy this line and paste it here. Now it is also our async method. So let's just type here cart equals to await cart repository dot get user cart. That's it. And return this cart to the view. We will do same here. Get total item in cart. Cart item equals to cart repository dot get cart item count, and user ID will be empty here, and it should be a wait. Okay, it will be okay. Cart item. So we are going to use this method as a API type of method, so that we can call this method from the API. So I guess async task, and that's it. Now we have created the expected functionality in the controller. We just have to move here, view slash index. I'm gonna do some changes. Okay, here, just here. So let's convert it to button. Type equals to button, and on click equals to add, and we will pass book.id from here. And what we will do, we are gonna create this add method here, but we need to create a section here. So let's just type here section scripts, and you might be wondering that why I have created it as a script, why not anything else? Because when we open our layout page, you will see that we have defined this thing here await render async and scripts. So in which content page we need to define our script file, we can create a section there, and that section will be loaded to our layout.cshtml page. So that's why we have created this scripts here. Okay, scripts. So here I'm just gonna write here a script. That's fine, and just for the testing purpose I am writing here hello, so that I can check that this thing is working fine or not. And click, oh, why it is yelling at me the name book id, book.id does not exist in this context. I don't know why it is yelling at me, so that's okay. So just write here a method. Let's name it book id. Okay, so we are gonna use this fetch API, fetch and URL, which will be test/AddItem. Put a dollar here, book id equals to something, and redirect equals to 0. Redirect equals to 0 will be by default. So we are not going to pass a redirect here because we are not needed that redirection functionality in this case. Book id equals to, okay, it does not work like this in the JavaScript. We have to use this backtick. That was a C# syntax. dollar, let's type here book id, and it should be fine. So is how we are gonna response, and let's put it inside the try catch block, try catch err, and let's log that err, so where result, it should be an async method and it should be a function. Okay, here it should be await response dot JSON, I guess. Response. Okay, so let's log this thing here, console.log result, and we can also check it here. If response.status equals to 200, then we can go here. Okay, now what we are getting from here, we are getting the integer value. What we are going to do with that integer value, so let's open this thing, login partial, and right now where is our cart thing? Here. So let's remove this thing from here, these parentheses, and cut these things because it is put inside this else condition and we have to put it outside. Okay, now we are absolutely fine. So what we have to do, we have to append this value, this result value, which is cart item, count of the cart item. So suppose we have 2 items in the cart, so it will return us 2 and that 2 will be appended here. So that's the logic here. Okay, so how can we do that? Okay, it is easy. Let's name it id, cart item count, or just name it cart count, and we can write here where cart item element, sorry, cart count elements equals to document dot get element by id, get element by id, and it has this id, cart count. Now cart count element dot inner html equals to result. Okay, so let's run this thing here. Let's just see what is happening here. So this hello is coming here, it means our script is running fine. We can remove this hello part from here, that's just fine, and let's wait to refresh it because of this hot reload and this 0 thing is here. Let's do one more thing here. Let's put a breakpoint here so that we can test that either we are hitting this method or not. So right now let's open our developer tool. So let's inspect, good, and let's go to the console thing. Let's click on this add to cart button and it is giving us error. Okay, 404 something like that. So I guess why it is not happening, because we are not logged in. So we have to do something about that please log in, something like that. And okay, so we will do it later, but we need jQuery is not defined. Okay, because we have deleted those jQuery files and they might be used here, so that's okay. let's log in with this user. So let's click here, and it is just giving us error again. And I have done this silly mistake here. It is test. It is not test, it is cart. That's why it is saying 404, means this method does not found. Okay, so let's wait. Okay, now we are good. So let's click here and we are good to go. We are getting, let's see, we are getting this book ID to find, nothing else we need. So let's just see, we are getting cart count equals to 1 and return okay with cart count. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, it has appended 1 here. So let's click here again. Let's just continue. Now let's see, we have 2 items, but when I click on this again, it is not gonna return us 3 because we are just increasing the quantity, not adding any new item. So it will just return an item. Here we have to, because we have increased the quantity. So let's add another item. So we must have 3 here. So that's the scenario here, but we have one problem here. If I refresh it, it will be 0. So we have to load this thing on the page load. So we will write another script here in the, let's say, where in the layout.cshtml page. So here we are going to do some JavaScript stuff. So let's just type here this script. Okay, and let's copy this thing, paste it here. Let's name it load cart count and just call this function here. Okay, we need to call this method get user, no, this, not this one, this one, get total item in cart. So let's just change it to this. So everything will be fine, I guess, because it is also in, it is also returning as a cart count, and that cart count will be loaded here. So I guess we are fine now. Let's see, do we need to change anything? We are getting response from this method, which is an integer item. That's it. We are checking the status. If it's 200, let's remove this thing from here and this console thing from here also. So let's find this element, and inside the inner HTML of it we will append the result. So that's the logic here. Okay, so we should be fine right now. Okay, now let's put a breakpoint here so that we can check that this method is getting hit or not. Okay, so let's run this project. Okay, and this method is not getting hit. So let's just see what is happening here. So right click here, inspect, and go here in the console, and let's see, first of all, why this method is not running. Okay, what is happening here? We have this script tag. Let's remove it. So just type here console.log hello. It means it is working fine. So let's just check here the response thing. Okay, so let's type here console.log. Let's type here response. Let's check what is coming in the response. We have to wait a bit now. Okay, So this thing is coming in response. This status is okay. We are getting this URL from the response. So how can we fix this problem? We will see about it later, but let's log in for now. Okay, now we are hitting that method, and let's see how many items. Yeah, we have 3 items in the cart. Okay, so it is good so far. Now we have this 3 item in this cart. Okay, so I guess this functionality is working fine, but we need to work on that login thing. And let's say what is happening here when I have tried to log out. It's not a proper solution, it's just a quick fix, so keep that thing in mind. And what I am going to do here, first of all, what we have to do, we have to find that whether a username is logged in or not. Okay, so how we can find that? So I'm using a little hack here. Keep that thing in mind, it's not a proper solution. Yeah, it is here, hello username. So let's put this username inside a span, and let's just give it a ID username. Now with the help of this user ID we can find this username. So we are totally dependent on this span, so I don't think it's a good idea. We should find a more proper solution for that, but it's okay for now, but not good for long term. So let's go here. So we can find now that username element equals to document dot get element by ID, and let's just say that it's a username. So username, now we can find actual username with this username l dot inner text. So now we have this username. If username dot length is less than 1, then what we will do, window dot location dot href equals to identity slash account slash login. We will move to this route. So now let's check it. Is it working fine or not? So I guess it is not working that great. Load cart count inner text, cannot read the properties of null. Okay, so user element equals to document dot get element by ID, and it is our ID. That should be fine. Username, now where username equals to user name l dot inner text, it should be fine. Then well, let's just drag this thing console dot log username element. Let's just drag its value. Okay, we have to wait for a while. Now it is refreshed null, and why it is coming null? So let's inspect our element. Let's go here. Okay, because it is inside that if else block, so that's why it is null. So we have to check one more condition here. So we can check user name l doesn't equals to null, then you will do this stuff. Okay, so we are good. Now let's try to log in here. Now we are logged in. We can directly check here. We do not need to do all of this stuff here. We can directly check if it is not null, then if it is null, then move here. So let's just copy this thing here, paste it here, and let's comment this thing. Now it would work very fine. Okay, so here is the problem. You see, it is redirecting again and again and again and again and again, and it will do so on. So what we have to do here, we have to move this function from here, this functionality from here, and we do not need this here. Now we are good. Stop. Okay, now it's good. We do not need cart count when user is not logged in. We only need this cart count when user is logged in, but we have to check this condition when we click here in this thing. Okay, so let's go here and paste that functionality here. We will check this thing here, and let's click here. Okay, now we are moved here, so it will ask us to log in, but let's write here one more line: window.location.href equals to this cart count. So now what will happen, whenever we will click on this cart item, it will automatically go there. Okay, so that's the logic. So just enter here the entry. Let me log in first. Okay, now we have these cart item 3. So if I click here and let's remove this thing. Okay, did you see? It has moved there. So let's click here and it will go there. Now we have 5 items in the cart. So now I guess add to cart add item functionality is completed somehow. Now what we need to do, when we click on this thing, it will open a page where we will display the item details. Let's close this guy. We do not need it right now. We are going to create a view for this method, GetUserCart. Okay, so right click on it, add view. That's it. Add razor view. So use a layout page, that is fine. Get user empty. So everything is fine. Let's create a view. We are done here. So we need to do one linking here. Okay, let me see where inside this thing. Here is our cart. So let's enter here cart / get user cart. That's it. So let's move here to this method. Let's close this thing. Let's close this thing also. Let's close this thing also. Let's use here model. Name of model is shopping cart. Div style equals to width 90%, margin auto. Let's define here h3 my cart. Let's just type here table class equals to table bordered. Let's type here tr th and let's just say book, genre, unit price. It would be INR, quantity, total price. So let's just name it image. Okay, so for each where item in model dot cart details, it will be tr, but we need to do one more thing here. So let's just check here condition if model doesn't equals to null and model dot cart details doesn't equal to null and model dot cart details dot count is greater than 0, then this section will execute. Otherwise, else we will see this thing here. Now just see cart is empty. So let's type here td @item dot book name, and let's just type here if item dot book dot image string dot is null or empty, else. So if we do not have an image, then we will just simply write here image src equals to images slash, let's see, we have this images slash no image dot png. We can just drop it here. Okay, no, it is not. So let me check the spelling. No image, capital NOMIG dot png, and tile 100 pixel. So it should be our image, default image if our image is empty. Otherwise we will write here @, let's just copy it and paste it here. Okay, so here's how we are going to display image. Now we have to display genre, unit price, quantity and total price. And we will have one more column here which will be action. Okay, so next is genre. So let's type here td @item dot book dot genre name. Okay, next should be item dot book dot unit price or price. Let's not define it here. Okay, unit price we can define it here into and item dot quant quantity. Next thing should be td equals to item, and we just have to copy this thing, paste it here, put asterisk sign here and remove this @ sign. Now it is gonna calculate as a total price. Okay, one more thing, equals to button btn dark or btn info. It will be a plus icon here. Okay, btn info, and it should have this href here. One more thing, this, let's write here cart slash AddItem @book id equals to item dot book id and redirect equals to 1. Here we will write cart slash RemoveItem book id equals to item dot book id. Capital B book id. Okay, and we will do here one more thing. So let's just type here book class equals to my2 let's just type here h5 total in INR, and it will be model dot cart details dot select, just select item dot book dot price into item dot quantity dot should have some dot sum. It should do a trick. Okay, now I guess we are fine. Let it put here so that you can see it clearly. Okay, so what we are doing here, we are checking the condition if model is empty, model should not empty, model dot cart details should not empty, and model dot cart details dot count should be greater than 0. If this condition does not follow, then it will simply write cart is empty. Otherwise it will go inside this block, and here we are creating a table. We have these much field, and we are just displaying here book name, book image, genre name, price, and quantity. Now it is showing this calculation price into quantity. We have two buttons for plus and minus. It will increase and decrease the quantity. Okay, so let's just see. After that we have this total section here, and we are calculating the total of our cart. One more thing, let's copy this thing here and paste it here. Div, and let's create a button here, btn button, and let's just see it's anchor class equals to btn primary and href, and we are not gonna link it right now, we will do it later. And let's name it to checkout. Okay, so let's give it a name, checkout. So let's run this method. Okay, so we need to log in first, so let's just type here this one, and let's hit enter. Okay, now click here, and we are here, but we are not displaying any image. Let me see why it is not displaying any image right now. So it's no image dot png. So if string dot, okay, so let's remove this negation sign from here. Okay, and let's do one more thing here, table rather than striped, rather than border we will use striped or stripped, whatever it is. So now it is looking like this is my cart, and my cart is, it should be h5, its size is too much big, so let's wait. Okay, so we have 5 items in our cart. Let's see, 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so 2, okay, so 6 5 6 8 4. So let me calculate it. 2900. Okay, that's fine. So let's try to remove this item, and its quantity has changed to 1. It's 2600 right now. So let's remove this item. So it has removed it from here. It's 23. Let's click here. It has removed this one. Let's remove it also. Now it's 1100. Let's remove this one. Now it's 500. Let's increase its quantity. That's good. Yeah, it is working good. Let's remove, and now our cart is empty. So let's go to the home. Now let's add this item, this item, this item, this item, this item 4 or 5 times, and let's go here. So we have 7 of this item, this. Okay, let's go here one more time. Let's add this book because it has an image. Let's move to the cart section again. Yeah, it is working fine, and I know the design is not that much great right now. And one more thing here, let's put a class here, margin from top empty 2, and let's see, it should be moved to the bottom. So yeah, now our cart functionality has been completed. Now in the next section we will work on this checkout button. When user checkout, then its cart will be empty and its order will be placed, and user will be able to look its order here inside this profile section. We will create a link for it here, somewhere here, so there user can see its orders. So that will be happen in the next section. Okay, so now we are gonna do some work in the checkout method. So let's see, where is our repository. Let's go here and let's create a method. So public async task, and we are assuming it's void right now because I haven't decided the return type for this method, so we will do it later. And let's just name it DoCheckout will be okay. Now what we need to do, first of all, we need a try catch block that we will need for sure. One thing we also need here, using where transaction equals to not new db dot database dot begin transaction. First, what we have to do, we have to do entry in this table, order and order detail. So we have to do entry in these table. Now remove data from cart detail. Okay, so I have to remove the data from the cart detail. So these two things will happen here. So we will move the data from cart detail. So move data from cart detail to order and order detail, then we will remove cart detail. So that will be the logic. Okay, so it will be the logic. That's why we are using the transaction here. So first we will find cart. First we will find the user, where user id equals to get user. What is that? User get user id. So it will be get user id. If user id, let me see. Okay, so if user id is string dot is null or empty user id, it means user is not logged in. Then we will throw new exception, user is not logged in. That's it. So first case has checked. Now we will find a cart. So just type here get cart, and it will be await, that's for sure. So let's just check here. If cart is null, then throw an exception. So we can pass the user ID here. It is asking me to pass the user ID. So we can write here invalid cart, something like that. Okay, now here cart is null. So now we can find cart detail equals to db dot cart details dot where a dot cart id, which is shopping cart id, equals to cart dot id dot to list Okay, so it is our cart details. So we can just see if cart detail dot count is less count equals to 0, throw new cart is empty. Okay, press Ctrl D and our document will be formatted. So let's create an order table here. Order equals to new order. Let's just see user ID equals to user ID. So let's just see create date equals to date time dot utc now, and order detail order status. So order status will be 1 by default, which will be pending, and we will do entry for this thing in the SQL Server. So let's open the SQL Server right now. So what we have to do right now, just right click here, edit 200 rows, and let's do some entry here. So first will be order status ID 1, which is pending. 2 will be shipped. 3 will be delivered, and 4 will be cancelled. 5th will be returned. 6th will be refund, something like that. We have to do these entries. So by default it will be pending, and other status will be changed by the admin. So we have entered some entries in database. It should be order status ID. That's good. Let's just write here db dot order. Okay, orders dot add order. Okay, and let's write here db dot save changes. Why we are doing save changes here? So that we can get the order ID. So let's write here for loop where item in order detail, where order detail equals to new order detail, and it will have the book ID. Okay, item dot book ID, order ID, which we will get from order dot id. What else we need here? The quantity and unit price. So quantity equals to item dot quantity, and unit price will be item dot. Okay, we are getting a problem here. We need to store a unit price also in the shopping cart. Let's open it. We have this cart detail and we do not have any price here, so we have to do one more thing here. Public double price, and let's just name it unit price. It will be a required field. Okay, so since we have changed it there, okay, so let's finish it here first. So it will be unit price and that's it, but we have to go there and we have to go here in the add item section here. So we will have this unit price thing. We can find it from here. .db.books.find book id. We need to find it and just type here book.price. We are doing a lot of changes right now. I hope it is not getting confusing here. So let me tell you one more thing what I have done till now. So I was writing this function here, this function, and here we need an unit price, but that unit price is not present in the cart detail table. So I just went there in the cart detail section and added this field. Since I have added this field, so what I have to do here, I have to open this NuGet package manager and I have to run the migration command. Add migration, let's just say xyz. Okay, so it is building right now. Let's just wait. Okay, let's type here update database. Let's see if we are good or not. Okay, I guess it has been changed to the database. Let me show you again what I was doing. So I was writing this method to check, okay, and at this point I have noticed that we do not have any unit price inside this cart detail table. So I went there in the cart detail section and I have added this field unit price, and after that I have run some migration command. So I went there in the update item section and I moved here in this section, add this line, so it is a new line after update, something like that. So it is a new line. Okay, so I had added this line here, unit price equals to book.price. So first I need to find that book, then I can find the price of that book. So here, so that's how we are entering this entry in the table. Now I guess after that we have this unit price in our table. So now we can move here into this do check method. Okay, so what we are doing there, first we have find this user ID. If it is null, then we will throw an exception, user is not logged in. Then we will find this cart. If cart is null, then cart is invalid. Okay, now we are finding the cart detail of that shopping cart ID. So if cart detail.count, it means cart is empty, then we will throw an exception, cart is empty. Otherwise we will move further, we will create a new order with user ID this, create datetime.utc.now, order status ID equals to 1, which is pending, and I have shown you that I have entered these values in the database in the order status table. Now we will add this order to the database and we will do save changes so that we can find the order ID. So here we are writing the order detail on the basis of when we are looping through this cart detail. So we will create a new order detail for each item in cart. Okay, so here we will have this book ID, item.book ID, ID price, and order ID price, quantity unit price equals to item dot unit price. Now we can move further. So db dot order details dot add, and let's just type here order detail, and we will write here db dot save changes as sync, or we can just only write here the save changes. Now we are removing the cart details. Okay, so just write here db dot cart details dot remove range cart detail. Okay, after that we are gonna do save changes here, and here we will write transaction dot, let's just say commit. Now we will return true. I guess it will be fine, so we will return false from here, and this method will be a boolean type. So let's copy this method and go to the ICartRepository, and let's just paste it here and remove its async. Do checkout. Okay, so I guess we are done here. First, what I have to do, I need to open the SQL Server, and what we are going to do, we are just emptying our cart. So delete from cart detail. Okay, so let's run this project. So let's try to add some item, and yeah, it's fine. 2 3. Okay, so let's go here, and we are fine. So let's link this method. Okay, so we do not return any controller code, so let's write it. Okay, let's stop this guy and go to the CartController. Let's just copy this thing. Okay, and let's name it checkout. Let's remove this thing. Now what we have to do, we can link it here, cart slash checkout. Okay, bool is checked out equals to, let's name, what was that repository, CartRepository dot do checkout. Okay, it is not asking me anything, but we have to write a wait here. So let's return redirect to action index comma controller name, so it will be home. Okay, but if some error happen, so bool is checkout is not checked out, then let's throw an exception, something happen in server side, something like that. So I hope everything will be fine. So let's just run it. So let's click here, that's good, and let's check out. Okay, so that was happened very fast. So let's see everything is fine or not. So I'm just gonna close it. I'm gonna close it also, and I'm gonna open my SQL Server book shopping cart. So let's just see, select asterisk from what it is, cart, shopping cart. First we will see that, yeah, we have this thing. So let's copy this thing again, and let's just name it cart detail. let's see. Okay, so cart detail is empty right now, so let's just see an order table. And since it's a keyword, so we have to put it inside the brackets. Let's just see select asterisk from order detail. So we are gonna select these two tables right now, and it has created this order corresponds to this ID, and order status ID is 1. Okay, so now we have book ID, unit price, this, very good. And if we go there in the cart detail, we have created this section unit price here. That is fine. So good, very good. This quantity, fine. So we are in a good condition right now. Everything is working very fine. So I'm going to open my Visual Studio again, and I'm going to close it. Now what we have to do, we need a section where we can see all the users order. Okay, so we are going to create that section. So what we need to do, first we are going to create a class inside this repositories folder, and let's name it UserOrderRepository. Let's write here IUserOrderRepository. Press Control dot, and what it is gonna do here, generate interface user interface in a new file. So click on the first one, and it will create a file for us. So it should be somewhere here. Okay, so it's here. That's fine. So let's close these two guys. Now open the program.cs file, and we are gonna register our services here. So let's name here IUserOrder, something like that, and it will be user repository. I'm doing it right now because I always forget it later, and then I get error when I try to access this service. So I'm doing it right now. User order repository. That's good. Now let's close it, and let's create a method here. So I'm gonna write here public async task, and I don't know the type, so I will define it later. Let's name that user orders. Okay, so it will be like orders equals to, and let's just say but. Here type CTOR. Good. Now here I will write user, let's just say database context, so it is application DB context DB. Press control dot here and create an assigned field DB, and I'm just gonna remove this guy from here and putting underscore. Now we can distinguish this field and this parameter. So now let's write here db dot orders. Okay, dot include, and now dot where, and here we will write a condition for this particular user. So let's see how can we find the user. We have done it here before. CartRepository. So here we have this method. I should have create a separate interface for this method so that I can use it in this class or in this class also, but I did not did this. So guys, I have to work with this. So let's just copy it. Okay, let's just paste that method here. Get user ID, and where is our cart repository? Here. So let's just copy this thing here, and let's just name it HTTP context accessor. So HTTP context accessor equals to HTTP context accessor. That's fine. So I have to copy it right now because I'm not gonna change any functionality, and I'm not going to create a separate interface for just this one method for this small stuff. So we need here one more thing, user manager. So private read only user manager application, sorry, identity user, that's fine. It will be user manager, and let's copy this guy and let's put it here and remove this underscore and type here user manager equals to user manager. That's now it's good. So let's move here and we can find the user from here. So user ID equals to get user ID. That's it. Let's just check a condition. If string dot is null or empty user ID, then we can throw new exception, user is not logged in. So actually we are never going to reach in this condition, but for the safety purpose I am just writing this thing here. So that's it. And so now we can write here, so a dot user ID equals to user ID. First or to list async. That's very good. And we can write here await. Okay, fine. Now we can say that I'm gonna return this kind of list. So I'm just gonna write here enumerable order. Okay, so that's it. Okay, so now we can return it from here. So return orders. Okay, so we are good. Now we have created this repository. So let's just close this guy, and okay, so I guess we need to change more. So okay, I can also do it like this, x dot user order detail, and we have to link more tables here. I guess let's see, we also need the, okay, it should be then include and x dot book, we need book here also. Then we also need a genre or genre, x dot genre. I guess that will be enough, book, genre and order detail. So what we have to do here, just copy this thing and paste it here. That's good. Now so let's build this solution, and it is expecting me something. Okay, I will fulfill your expectation. Okay, build once, succeed, 0 failed. That's fine. So we have created this repository. Now we are going to create a controller here. So let's add a new controller. Let's create it an empty controller here, and let's name it to user order. Okay, now let's put the authorized attribute here so that unauthorized user cannot access this controller. So let's do some more other thing, user orders. Okay, so and let's create a view for this. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create a folder here, and because it will take less time. User order, and I'm going to create a new view here. So view and empty view, where it is, cancel. Actually I have created this folder here. Okay, so add view, razor view empty, and let's just name it user orders. User orders, I guess that should be fine. Go to view. Okay, we are good here. So first of all, just type here constructor CTOR, and right now I order repository. Good. So user order repo plus control dot, create and assign field. Now what we can do, we can put underscore here, just remove it here, put an underscore here. Okay, so we are just injecting this service to our controller. Now let's type here where orders equals to user repo dot orders, and it should be an async task. So just type it here, close that angular bracket here. Now we can write here await. Very good, very good. Now we can go to the view, and what we can do, we can do some hacks here, and we can just copy these things and paste all of these things here, but here will be order. And let's just take model dot order details. It is not an order directly, so it is an IEnumerable order, because let's go here and it is an IEnumerable order, so it is a list, so we have to write it here, order. Okay, so now we can check that model does not equals to null, and one more condition here, model dot count equals to greater than 0, then model. Okay, so it will be enough. So why it is giving an error here, I don't know. So maybe it's not an error. So I guess now let's see. So what we are going to do here, just change it to my orders. Very good. And I guess we need to do one more thing here. So where is our models? So it is our models order. We need to connect our query to this order status table also. So let's go to repositories, our user order repository, and we need to include one more thing here, include x dot order status. So first let's comment this guy also, and let's remove this checkout section from here. Okay, so anyway, so let's comment these things. Right now let's just focus on my order. So table, sorry, let's just say no order. It should be no orders. Okay, so here we are going to put all of these things from here to here so that they will not distract us. So now it is how our table looks like, and actually I am going to delete these things. otherwise you might get confused what is happening here. So let's delete this thing and it should be look like this. Okay, so if model is not null and model.count is greater than 0, then we will create a table, otherwise it will display no orders. Let's type here h4 my orders. Okay, so here we will have a table class equals to table stripped, that's it, tr th order date, order status. I guess that will be enough. Here tr, let's just put this tr inside a for each loop. So for each where order in model. Okay, now here we will have this thing and we will close this thing here. Now we will have two tds, order, sorry, it was a create date dot to string, and let's just say dd mm yyyy, and here we will have this order dot order status dot status name. Okay, now if order dot order detail doesn't equals to null and order dot order detail dot count is greater than 0, then we will display our order here. So right now let's just put an span here and we are just writing here order details. We are gonna display these order details later. First let's see what we can do. Now how can we call this method? From where we are gonna call this method? So we are gonna go here inside identity, pages, account, manage, and here we will have this index somewhere. Okay, it's index page, manage nav page.cs. Okay, so let's run this thing first. So it is saying that order status does not contain the book. Okay, so let's put it here. Okay, it was an error in UserOrderRepository, so we are gonna move it here. So let's see, do we have any errors? First let's build this project, then we will move further. Okay, so we don't have any errors right now. So now we are here, so let's click here and we have these 4 things here: profile, email, password, two-factor authentication, and personal data. So let's just see where we can find this section. Email, profile, email, account / manage / index. It should be here. Let's just see manage navigation. Okay, so we are here, I guess. Yeah, fine. So we have to go here, manage. So here, let me show you here inside this identity, inside here area, then identity, then this page, then account, then manage, and this manage nav. Okay, so let's try to create a link here and let's add a new nav here. So it will be nav link, and let's remove this thing. Okay, and this id thing, or okay, and this thing also. Just type here plain old href it should be user order / user orders. Okay, and we can type here my orders. Let's place a space between them. So here we have this link, my orders. So if I click it here, then what we are getting here, UX title, something like this. So let's go here. Okay, so we have this problem here. Let's press okay. Now let's remove this thing, we do not need it here. So these are my orders. Okay, so I do not need this thing. Now it is how our orders page looks like. Okay, and if we click here, so we have this section here right now, which is this. So what I'm going to do, a href equals to this class equals to btn, let's just say secondary, and let's name it to back. Okay, now let's see what will happen here. So first we have to wait for it. Yeah, now I guess it has refreshed. So let's go here. We have this back button, but not in a great position. So let's put it here, and let's add one more class here. Now we can check it. So okay, it is looking very dull, so let's name it btn primary or btn dark. Might look good. Let's just see. So btn dark is also not looking that much great, so let's just name it btn primary, and let's see how that primary button gonna look like. So after that, what we are going to do, we are going to display here his order details. Actually, we can create a separate page for that, and there we can display all of these order details, but I'm not gonna do that right now. It should be just fine. If you want to do that, you can also do that. So it's totally up to you. Modify these things according to your need. Don't depend on me or anyone else. So now here it is a back button, and it is not going anywhere. I don't know why. Okay, so here it is missing. Okay, one more thing I have to do is let's do it 100%, and then I do not need this margin auto. So it is what is happening here. So let me explain these things. Here is our div. I guess it might be confusing. Here I have put a backlink here so that we can back to that page, this page. So here is displaying my orders, and here we are checking some conditions. Here is our table tr, and here is our for each loop, and yada yada yada. This is td. Now we will display our order details here. So right now what we are going to do, use cart GetUserCart. So let's copy this table section. Let's copy this guy, and let's see, can we do this? Can we do this? td. Now we are pasting this table inside this new td. So we will create one th here. Okay, so now order detail. Now here book name, image, etc. So now let's run this program. Okay, so here is my order, date, pending, and here I am displaying this thing. Or it could be much more better. So if I see, let's just cut it here and let's create a new tr here inside new td, and here we will paste a table. So let's remove this thing. Okay, okay, and let's paste it here, and it should be okay. It is getting confusing right now. So here tr we will have this thing here. Okay, so it is the architecture right now. Here we have this table, sorry, so we need to remove this guy also. So what we have done here, we are creating a new row, and inside that row we are pasting that table, and we are checking that condition here. Okay, so here is our table. So that's it. Now we can also do one more thing here. We can display this thing here as a total. So let's see, let's create one more row here, and let's see where we can put that row. Okay, so we can we create it here? So let's just see if order dot, okay, so we can't do it here. We can do it here. Let's paste this thing here, and let's cut it. Let's put a td, and here we will have total. We will have this one more td, and we will have this total. Okay, and it will be not model but order. Okay, so order slash order detail dot select this. So what is happening here right now? So let's move from here. First we have this thing. Now we are displaying here order. Now we are checking the condition. If model is not null and model.count is greater than 0, then display this table, otherwise display no orders. Okay, so here we have this order date and order status, and here we have this for loop. Okay, so we have this for loop. Inside that for loop, first we are displaying this row. This row is displaying create date and order status. Now below this row we have to display a whole table inside a new row. So we are creating one more row here. Inside that row we will have this td, we will have this table. Now we have this tr, and here we are displaying these set of ts. Now we are putting one more for each loop here, so that we can iterate over these order details, and we are just displaying here this thing. Okay, so I guess we can cut this guy here, and let's just say, let's see, we can paste it here. So we have this table, this row, we have this for each loop. Good. Inside this for each loop we are displaying the total, sorry, not total, the create date and status name. Now we have this if condition. If order detail is not null and it should be greater than 1, its count should be greater than 1. So if this condition satisfied, then what we are going to do, we are creating a new row. Okay, inside that new row we have these two rows, and what these two rows are doing, first row is displaying us total, so it is the first row. Now it is the second row is just displaying us this, what we say, image, sorry, th sections. Now here we are repeating multiple rows with this for loop so that we can display our order details. So it is what happening here. We have this tr, then we have this td, which is displaying book name, and here we are displaying image, we are displaying genre and price, quantity. Now we are calculating the price. So let's move it here and it to here and it to here and this td to here. Now it is looking more compact right now. Now we have this thing which we do not need, plus minus thing. Okay, so we have removed this thing, so we have to remove this action also. Book, image, genre, unit price and total price. So that's how our user orders view looks like. So let's run this and let's see it is even working or not. So let's click on this hello zone@gmail.com, click here in my orders. Okay, now I know it is not looking that much great, but it's okay. Here we have this total, and inside this we have these details. Okay, so if we have one more order, that row will be appended here at the bottom and those details will come under this. Okay, so let's go here and let's add one more item and one more item here. Okay, so let's go to the cart, do the checkout. Now let's go here and go to my orders. So we can see that I have this order which have these details and this order which have these details, and yeah, so that was all about the orders. I am logging in with this account. Now let's try to add this item in the cart and this one too. Let's look into the cart. Now we have our items in the cart. Now let's log out and try to log in with different account. So let's log in with John. You can see the cart count is 2 in the top and there is no item in the cart. So it is the problem. This user have no items in the cart, but cart count is still present here. Now let's see where is the problem. So open the cart repository, and here in this cart count method you can see this if condition is wrong, so remove the exclamatory sign. We are also missing the where clause, so add the where clause here. We have done 2 changes in this method. Now let's run this project. So there is no cart count for the user John. Now let's log in with another account. In this account we still have the items in the cart, and that should be the case. So I hope there are not any bugs now. If you find any bug, please raise a pull request or comment it in the video. First of all, we need to do some changes in our order table. So open the order class and we will add few properties here. So we will add name with some data annotations like required and max length 30. Now another one is email, max length 30, required, and email address will be its data annotations. Next one is mobile number, which have just a required property. Another one is address with required and max length 200 properties for validation. And the last one is payment method of string type, and it will also be a required property. And we are also going to put some restrictions on the length of payment method, so its max length will be 30. Now open the package manager console, type add migration mig2, press enter. It will create a migration file. Now type update database, and now these changes are persisted to the database. Now go to the constants folder, add new file with name payment method.cs, remove these lines and keep the namespace only. Now we will create enum with the name payment methods. It will have two items, COD and online. Set COD equals to 1. By default its value is 0, so we are going to set it to 1. Now create a new class inside DTO folder and name it checkout model, and it will have these properties: name, email, mobile number, address, payment method. Now open the ICartRepository and add this parameter to DoCheckout method. Now open the CartRepository, find the DoCheckout method, and we also need to add this parameter to DoCheckout method here also. We also need a column for payment status. I forgot to add it. Add is paid property here, which is a boolean type. Now run the migration command, add migration mig3 is just a name mig3. You can try any name. So press enter, and I'm getting error here. So let's try to find the error. So we need to build this project for that. Okay, so click on the error detail. Now let's comment these lines for now. Let's run this command again. Okay, it's successful now. Now run update database command, and we are all set now. Till now the value of order status is static. It can be inconsistent in the future. First, we will fetch order status record from the database where status name is pending. If this record is null, we will throw this custom exception. Now we can set order status id equals to pending record.id. Here set name, email, mobile number, payment method, and also set is paid equals to false. Now open the CartController, copy this method name and paste it here. It will return a view and it will be our get method. To make below method post, we need to add parameters to it and set verb to http post. So it is our post method now. Let's remove async from this get method. It will be a simple get method without any async await. Now we need two more methods. First one is order success, another one is order failure. Now let's create a view of order success and update this heading. Let's also create the view of order failure and update this heading too. Let's update the checkout post method. Uncomment these lines which we have commented earlier. First of all, we need to pass this model to checkout method, and now check if model is valid or not. If it is not valid, return model to a view. Remove this throw exception line. Now if is checkout is false, we will return the order failure view. Otherwise we will return to the order success view. Now we need to create the checkout UI. So create the checkout view. Now right here add the red model, checkout model, and let's change this h1 to h2. Now we will work on the UI part. So create a form here. ASP action will be checkout. On form submit, checkout post method will be called. We will create few fields here. First one is name, and it will also have a validation message. Next one is email. Another one is mobile number. Next one is address, and it will be text area with 10 rows. Next one is COD, and it will be drop down. So add select input here. We will render options from payment method enum, which we have created earlier. Now add a submit button here and we are done. So I will put the asterisk mark here. We are going to change this label name to address, and I forgot to set address here, so set it now, otherwise you will get an error. Now run the project, and I'm logged in with John's account. So I have added few products to the cart, and now go to the cart, click on the checkout button. Okay, so fill the form. I have filled all the form except payment method so that I can check the validation, and now press the submit button and you will get the validation error. So you need to select payment method, so select any payment method. Now I'm selecting COD and submit the form, and we are redirected to the order success page. It means our order is successful, and you can go here and check your order. First of all, create a class inside DTO folder and name it order detail model DTO. Add these fields there. Add another class in similar directory and name it update order status model. Add these fields there. Add required annotation to the order status ID. Now open IUserOrderRepository, update this method. Now add an optional parameter of bool type get all equals to false here. Now add these methods too. Now open the UserOrderRepository. We will perform some changes on this method, so remove this existing method. Now click on IUserOrderRepository and press Ctrl plus period or Ctrl plus dot symbol. Select implement interface. Okay. Now add async keyword to this user order method. Let's write a query here. So this query is the result of joining order, order detail, book and genre table. At the end we have to put dot as queryable. At this stage we won't fetch any data from database. Now if get all equals to false, then find user ID. If user ID is null or empty, then throw this error. Now filter orders here and return orders dot to list async. At this moment, when you write dot to list async, it will immediately execute the whole query and fetch the data from database. In this case, it will fetch all the records from database that is corresponds to the logged in user's ID. If the above condition does not satisfied, we will return the orders.toList async. If get all equals to true, then return all the orders. Otherwise, return the logged in user's order. In this method, we will fetch all the order status. In this method, we will fetch an order by given ID. Now we will work on change order status method, add async keyword here and following lines. First, find an order that is corresponding to the given order ID. If order is null, throw this exception. Now set order.orderStatusId equals to data.orderStatusId. Now call db.SaveChangesAsync method with await keyword. Now we will work on toggle payment status method. Add async keyword here and the following lines. First, find an order that is corresponding to the given order ID. If order is null, then throw this exception. Set order.isPaid equals to negation of order.isPaid and call db.SaveChangesAsync method with await keyword. Now create a new controller with name admin operations controller. Add authorized keyword on the controller level. Set roles equals to admin. Only admin can access this whole controller. Now create a private read-only field underscore UserOrderRepository of type IUserOrderRepository and create a constructor with parameter UserOrderRepository of type IUserOrderRepository. Set underscore UserOrderRepository equals to UserOrderRepository. Create new controller method with a name all orders. Set var orders equals to await underscore UserOrderRepository dot UserOrders and pass true as an argument. Return view with orders. Add a new method toggle payment status. It will take one argument int order ID. In try block we will call UserOrderRepository dot toggle payment status method and pass order ID to it. Catch block will be empty. Usually we log exceptions here. At the end, return redirect to all orders action. Now add a new method change payment status with an integer argument order ID. First we will find the order with this ID. If order is null, then throw the error, otherwise we will move further. Now we will retrieve order status list with UserRepository.getOrderStatuses method. With select method we will project this list to the select list item type. Inside select method we are returning new select list item object. It have three properties: value equals to OrderStatus.id dot toString. Value is corresponds to the value of dropdown. Another one is text equals to OrderStatus.statusName, which is corresponding to the displayed text in the dropdown. To get the selected order status, we have the next value selected. We will set order.orderStatusId equals to with comparison operator OrderStatus.id here. In order, if order.orderStatusId matches to the OrderStatus.id, then selected value will be true, otherwise selected equals to false. Now we will create a new object var data equals to new update order status model and set these values here. Return view with data object. Now we will create the post method for change payment status. It have one argument data of type update order status model. Put a try block. If model state dot is valid equals to false, then set data dot order status list equals to this code. It is the logic for generating the list of select list item type, which is the same logic defined in previous method. We're gonna copy it from the previous method, only you have to do one change here in the selected property here. Selected equals to order.orderStatusId equals to data.id, but there was selected equals to order.orderStatusId equals to orderStatus.id. Return the view with data object. Outside this if block, call await underscore UserOrderRepository dot change order status method and pass data object here. Set success message to the temp data msg. In the catch block we will set message to the temp data MSG. At the end, outside the try catch block, we will return redirect to update payment status action method, since this method takes one argument of integer type. So pass an anonymous object with property order ID equals to data.orderID. Now open the layout page. We need to add a link here, so add this link here. Only admin can see this link. In the if block, write if user dot is in role book shopping cart MVC UI dot constants dot roles dot admin dot to a string, or we can get this line. Open the global usings file, paste that line here. Now you don't have to write full path of constants in any view or write any using namespace in any view. Now open the admin operations controller, create a view for all orders. So you have to right click on this method name and select add view, select razor view, click on add. Now uncheck the create as partial. If it is checked, click on add button. Our view is created now. Let's remove this heading. Now add a div element here. Set style equals to 100%, class equals to empty2. Empty means margin from top. Now we will define if else block here if model does not equals to null and model.count is greater than 0, and in the else block we will write this line. Now we will work on the if block section. Create a table here with these bootstrap classes. In a tr block we will have following ts: order date, name, email, mobile number, address, payment status, order status, and actions. Now write a for each loop here and loop over the model with capital M. Inside this loop we will write tr with following tds. First td have order data, and we are also changing its display format. Display other columns data like name, email, mobile number, address. In the next column we will display payment method and payment status. Order.payment will display payment method, and with a conditional operator we will check if order.isPaid is true, then we will display paid, otherwise it will display not paid. In the next column display the order status. The last column is the actions column, and here we will define 3 link buttons. First link will be order detail. Next one is update status, update payment status. When you will click on this link, it will be redirected to update payment status method. Through ASP route order ID, we are passing order ID parameter with a value. The last one is toggle payment status. It will be redirected to toggle payment status method. Through ASP route order ID, we are passing the value of order ID parameter to that action, to the action toggle payment status. Now run this project, click on the orders link, and these are all the orders. In real world scenario, we do not display all the data because it can be expensive. What if you have thousands of records? You do not want to fetch all the thousands of records, so you have to use pagination. In the real world scenarios, you also have to search the orders. Like you can search, you want to search the order by order date, or you want to search order by product name. You also want to sort the orders, sort by order ID or product name, something like this. So in the real world project or applications, you have to perform all these operations. But we are not going to do in this tutorial. Now go to the views admin operations folder, right click on it, select add view, select razor view. So create a partial view option must be checked. Our partial view is created now with the name view.cshtml, and we have to rename it to underscore order detail model.cshtml. So why we are using underscore at the starting? Because it is a naming convention for the shared layouts. So we are going to use underscore here. In this view, we will create the Bootstrap pop-up model. Open the browser and search Bootstrap model, modal, not model. Click on this link, scroll it down and copy paste these lines. So paste these lines inside the partial view. Now copy data-bs- toggle and data-bs- target attributes and open all order view. Here we have this link button, order detail. Paste these attributes there. Data-bs- target equals to hash example model should be similar to the ID of the model. Now just below the toggle payment status button, we will call the partial view. Write @await html.partial and name of the partial view with the whole path. Now let's run this application. Go to the order section, click on order detail. Model is getting opened. We are rendering this model inside the TD block with the help of partial view. Since the TD is inside the for each loop, it means model will render multiple times. For each order there will be a pop-up model, and each order detail button is linked to the specific model. But the problem here is every render model have the same ID, example model. For example, we have 3 orders, and if you click on the order detail button, it will get confused which pop-up model I have to open. So we need a unique ID for every pop-up model. So how we will do this? Open the partial view, add this line here at the top, at the red model, order detail model DTO. Now set ID equals to model dash @model dot div ID, which we will receive from the all orders view. Now open all orders view, set data-bs- target equals to hash model dash order dot ID. Here pass a new object of type order detail model DTO. Set some values like div ID equals to order dot ID, order detail equals to model dot order detail. Write id dot toString because div dot ID is a string type. Since each element have unique order ID, so our model will always have a unique ID. One more thing, make sure to render this partial view inside the last TD block, otherwise it will cause a CSS related issue. Now open the partial view, change the model's title. Here we will create a model body, so create a table here with these column headers. In a for each loop, we will create a new row here with these columns. In the last column, we are calculating the total price. Now run the application, go to the order section, click on the order detail of first row, and you can see the order detail here. Similarly, you can see the other order details of other orders. Let's remove this button, we do not need it. Now let's work on change payment status. Right click here, click on add view, select razor view and click on add. If the option create as a partial view is checked like mine, you need to uncheck it and click on the add button. Remove this line and add @model, update order status model at the top. Now add a h2 tag with text update payment status. Below the heading, add a link button with text back, which will redirect us to the all order action. Now create a form, set style width equals to 50% and ASP action is update payment status. Set class equals to pt2, it means some padding from the top. Add a hidden field for order ID. Now add a div with class mb2, it means margin from the bottom. Create a select element here with class form control. sp4 equals to order status id, sp items equals to capital model dot order status list. We will have a default option here with empty string as a value, and its text will be select payment method. It will also have a validation. Now create a submit button. At the end, we will check if temp data message is not null, then display the value of temp data msg. Let's run this application. Go to the order section, click on change order status button, change the order status to delivered and submit the data. Click on the back button and it is updated. Toggle payment status is already built. We just need to call this method. No need to create a view. So click on this button. You can see payment status is changed. So I was testing this code and I found few typos. First one is update payment status. It must be update order status. Rename the name of post method to. The next one is here in the all orders view. Update the SP action value to the update payment status and update the name of this view too. The next one is in the update order status view. Change label name to order status and option text to select order status. Now here in the update order status post, return redirect to action name should be updated. The next one is in the order status. In the update order status view, change the SP action of the view also. Now we have fixed all the typos. If you do not have code till date, so please clone the repository and check out to the branch admin operations. And after that, you can follow along this code. Now create the class stock with the following properties and attributes. This table have a foreign key book, so we need to add a property of book type. To add foreign key properly, add this line to the book class. Now add dbset of stock here. Now run the migration commands. Inside the DTO directory, create a new class stock DTO and add these properties with validation attributes. In the similar directory, create a new class stock display model with these properties. Inside the repositories directory, create a new class called stock repository. Now inject the ApplicationDbContext class through the constructor. Create a method getStock by book ID. Return the book corresponding to the book ID. Now create a method getStock with optional parameter as term of string type. Type stocks equals to await. Inside the parentheses, write a link query. It is not necessary for every book to have the corresponding column in the stock table. So we will write the left join query. If book does not have any stock, then quantity will be 0. Return the stock at the end. Create a new method manage task which will accept an object of type stock DTO as parameter. Fetch the stock of the book. If stock is null for that book, then create a new entry in the stock table. Otherwise, update the quantity in the stock table. Inherit the iStock repository. Since this interface does not exist, so we need to create it. Now add these methods signatures there too. Now create a new controller, stock controller. Add the authorization attribute and give permission to the admin only. Inject the iStock repository. Create an index method with an optional parameter as term that is a type of string, get the stock list and return to the view. Create the view for index, add the model at the top. Add the form element, action will be index and method will be get. This form have an input element with name as term. Add the clear button which will redirect us to the index page without any term parameter. When user submit this form, it will redirect to the index page along with the term parameters value. Now create the table element and display these values. At the action column, we will have a link button manage stock, which will redirect us to the manage stock method of stock controller with parameter book ID. This method will be created later. Open the layout.cshtml file, add the navigation link for stock, add the dependency injection configuration for IUserOrderRepository. Now run the project, click on the stock. You can see the stock here and you can filter it by book name. Create a new method, manage stock, that takes an argument book ID. Find the stock for this book, create an object of stock TTO with these values. If existing stock is null, the quantity will be 0. Pass this object to the view. Create the post method with the same name. Check the validation in the try block, call the manage stock method and add set the value of temp data success message. In the catch block, set the temp data error message value. At the end, return redirect to the action. Create the view for this method. Add model at the top, create a div element and heading manage stock. Add the back button that will redirect us to the index page of stock controller. Create the form element with ASP action, manage stock, add a hidden field for book ID, add the input field for quantity with validation message. Add the submit button at the last. Now we need to display the error and success message. For that, I want to create a shared view. So create a partial view underscore notifications.cshtml page inside the shared folder. Open the browser, search the Bootstrap 5 alert. Now open this link and find this section where we have the dismissible alert. Now copy this code and open the notification.cshtml5 and first check the condition. If success message is not null, then inside the if block paste the earlier code, replace the message text with @temp data success message and replace the class alert warning with alert success. Now copy all of these lines and paste below. Replace temp data success message with temp data error message and alert success with alert danger. Now we are going to call this partial view in a layout page. So open the layout page and call the partial view here. Now let's try to update the stock. Open the HomeRepository, go to the getBooks method, left join the stock table here and set the value of quantity. If stock is null, then quantity will be 0. Open the HomeController's index page, display the quantity here. Check it in the browser. Now remove this line. If book.quantity is greater than 0, then add to cart button will show, otherwise show the out of stock option. Now check it in the browser. Open the cart repository, remove the unused namespace. I am also changing these generic exceptions to the specific one. Now let's update the DoCheckout method. I am commenting these extra save changes methods. They are not necessarily needed. We will decrease the stock here, so add this line inside this loop. If items quantity is greater than stocks quantity, throw the error. Otherwise, decrease the stocks quantity. Now go to the GetUserCart method and add these lines to join the stock table. Now open the GetUserCart views. If items quantity is less than stocks quantity, then show the increase button. Otherwise, show the out of stock option. Let's add the item to the cart. And there is some typos. It should be less than. Now let's run this code and let's increase the quantity of Outlander, and you can see it is exceeding the stock. So there is no increase button when it is exceeding the stock. Let's fix some styling. And now let's check out. I'm not able to check out. It means I must have done some mistake somewhere. Earlier I had commented this save changes method, and we do not have to comment it. So let's uncomment it, because you only get the recently created order ID after the save changes method. Now let's try to check out again, but before it I am going to open this URL in the different browser, and in the different browser I am going to log in with admin account and going to the stock section. Note the stock before the checkout. Now I have moved to the browser where I have been logged in with user's account. Now let's check out from here. So now let's go back to the stock page, and here let's refresh it, and you can see our stocks is decreasing. You can verify it here. In this video we will manage the entries of genre. So admin can add genre, update genre, or see the list of genres and delete the genres. Let's see how we can implement this. To get the changes before this video, you need to check out to the branch feed stock management. Inside the repositories folder, create a new class with the name genre repository, and inside this class first create this interface with these 5 methods. Now here the genre repository, implement this interface and implement all the methods. So inject the ApplicationDbContext here through the constructor. Now it is our add genre method, so we are simply adding it to the context, and saving changes is our update genre method, and this one is our delete genre, and this one is get id by async, and it is the nullable genre, so it can also return the null value. Here we are getting all the values of genres, that's why we have written here to list async, and make sure we have added this line here. Okay, once you have created the repository interface and class, go to the program.ces file and add this line here to configure the dependency injection for IHomeRepository. Now we can go to the controller section, and you need to create a new controller which is called the genre controller. Okay, and this controller can be accessed only by the admin. So authorize role equals to name of roles.admin, and it is our enum. Here inject the IHomeRepository through the constructor, and here is our index method. So we are simply getting the genres, and we are also passing genres to the view. Now we have this method add genre and http post method of add genre, which is taking a parameter of type genre DTO. So you need to define genre DTO also. So I have defined it here, models, DTOs and genre DTOs, and it have these two fields, ID and genre name. We are checking the validation. Now we are converting genre DTO to the genre type. So I have created an object genre equals to new genre name and ID, and here we are calling this add genre method. We are setting the success message, and in the catch block we are setting the error message, and we have the shared page called notifications. We are displaying success and error messages here. If you are familiar, if you have seen my previous video, I have done this thing in that video, and we are calling this thing here here partial name notifications. We have this update genre method. First we are fetching the genre. If genre is null, then we are throwing the exception, and we are creating a new object of type genre DTO, because our view will get the model of type genre DTO. So we are converting it here and passing to the view, and here we have this update genre post method, and we are getting the genre DTO object. First we are checking the validation. Now we are creating object of type genre, because update genre will take the object of type genre. So we have done the conversion here. I am doing the manual conversion, and you can replace it with the automapper. Okay, and set the success message, then return to the index. Otherwise in the catch section set the error message into the view. Now we have this delete genre method, where here var genre equals to await genre dot get genre by ID. If genre is null, then throw this exception, otherwise delete genre and return redirect to the index. Now you need to create a view for index, so create one, and after that first add this model here, heading genre, a back button, which will not back button, a button, link button with the text add more, and it will call the add genre method of the genre controller. Now display these things here. We will display the genre, and another column will be action. So display the genre here inside this loop, and this action column will have two buttons. First one is called edit, which will call the update genre method of the genre controller, and ASP route ID equals to genre dot ID. So why it is ASP route ID. Why it is not ASP route genre ID? Because this ID should be similar with should be same as the parameter of this method update genre. It has the parameter ID, that's why we are naming it ID. Now delete genre method, and now this delete button will call the delete genre method of the genre controller, and ASP route ID will be genre.id, and on click it will call the window.confirm method and open a pop-up window and ask are you sure, and returns true or false on the basis of the selection. So that's our index page. Now we will work on the add genre view. So add its view, and at the top add this model, and here create a div with style 50%. Here we have this add genre heading, and we will have this back button which will redirect us to the index method of genre controller. Here we will have this field genre, so it is a type of input text and ASP4 genre name. So we have linked this text field to the genre name and ASP validation message for the genre name, which will display the validation message for this. And here it is a simple submit button with add, and the update method would be similar. So just go here. Okay, now this is our update method, which is similar to the add method, but one thing will be changed here. We will have the hidden field here for the ID, that's it, and this should be update, and action method of form will also be changed to the update genre. Now we can run this project. Okay, so I am already logged in with admin, so I am able to see this genre section. We have all of these genres, so let's add this genre JEN1 GEV1. Okay, genre is added successfully. You can see this thing, and let's name it to genre 1. That's it, genre 1, and let's try to delete this guy, and it is deleted. Let's delete this too. We have completed our genre section. In the next video we will work on the book section, where admin can manage the book entries like add book, update and delete the book, etc, etc. In this video we will learn how we can manage the book related entries. So we are going to implement this book section, which will be managed by admin only. So we are already logged in with admin here. If I logged out and re-log in with user's account, then I won't be able to see all of these sections. Now let's re-log in with admin. So here is our list of books, and we are displaying all the list of books. In the real world scenario, we do not show all the list at once, because this list might be 1,000 or 10,000, then it will be a burden on the database. So in the real world scenarios, we must apply the pagination, and we also have the search filter here and the sorting options. If you need to apply those things, then you have to do it on your own. It is not the part of this video. Here we have this add more button, and from here we can add the entry of the book. So let's just suppose it's book 1, and this field is not a mandatory one. We can leave if we want. So here let's add one more entry, and in this entry we are going to upload the image also. We also have some validation here. If I try to add the PDF file, then I will get this error. Let's update this image. Let's replace it with this, and we are good. We can also delete the images. So these are the features that we are going to apply in this video. So let's get started. So first and foremost, we are going to look into the book table. So here we have our book table, and if you are looking for this theme that I am using, so I am using this Night Owl theme. Let's move to the coding part, and here we have this book table which will have the fields ID, book name, author name, price, image, genre ID. So these are the fields that the table have. We are going to create the DTO for book. So create the book DTO class inside the DTO folder and add these fields there: ID, book name with this validation, author name, price, image, and genre ID, and these two fields. So this one will hold the file which we are going to save, and this one will hold the list of genres. So our view will have a drop down of genre list, and we need to pass that list to the view. So we will need some kind of data structure for that. So we will use the list of select list item for that. We need to save all of these entries to the database, and here in the image section, only image name with extension, for example image1.jpg, it is the image name with extension, is going to be saved. We do not save the full path, and the image, the actual image, will be stored inside www.root inside this images folder. So the actual image will be saved here, and its name will be saved into the database. When we update the image, the name will be updated in the database, and the old image will be deleted from this images folder, and new image will be saved here. And when we delete the record from the database, we also have to delete that image from this folder. So that is the logic behind image upload. So first we will define a service for handling files. Create a folder shared, and inside this folder create this file service class, and this file service also contain the interface. I have created it here, but you can also create it separate file. And this ifile service will have two methods. First one is save file, which will return a string and takes these two parameters, IFormFile and the allowed extensions. The next method is delete file, which will only take the file name. Here we have our file service, and we are implementing this interface. We have injected iWeb host environment. Here we have this save file method, which is taking two parameters, IFormFile file and allowed extensions. Let's work on this save file method. So here we are retrieving the web root path, which is the path of this folder www.root. So first we are retrieving this path, and here we are creating a new path with combining www path comma images. Now our path will be www.path/images. If this directory images exists, then okay, otherwise we will create a directory in the www.root folder. Then we will find the extension of the file which we are getting here. So if this allowed extension array contains the file extension, then okay, otherwise we will throw the invalid operation exception. In our case, only JPG, JPEG, PNG files are allowed. Then we will create a new file name which will be unique. So we are using GUID and extension. Now our file name will be a guid.html, extension. For example, if our file is .jpeg, then guid.jpeg. Now we are creating the full path with file name, so we will combine our path with file name. Now we will create a stream here, file name with path and file mode dot create, and we are using the using keyword here, so it will automatically handle the stream. It will automatically close when it is not needed. Now we will call the copy to async method with await keyword, and at the end we will return the file name without the full path, only file name with extension. For example, if we have created image1.jpeg file, then we will return image1.jpeg. Now here we have this delete file method, and first we will retrieving the www root path, which is this www root path with the help of environment.web root path. Now we are combining our file with this path and images folder. After that we will check if this file exists or not. If it does not exist, then throw the exception, otherwise delete the file. And after that you have to register this service. You need to add this line builder.services.addTransient ifile service file service. After that you need to create this book repository, which will have this interface, and it have these methods: add, delete, get by id, get books and update book. And we will implement this interface here. We are injecting the ApplicationDbContext through the application through the constructor injection, and here we have these CRUD methods. So it is just a plain add book method, it is the update book, it is the delete book, it is the get book by id, and this one is the get books method. We need book data along with its genres. Then we are using this include keyword here, then it will automatically fetch the related genre record for the books. Once you create this repository, you have to register this service here. Add this line there. Do not forget to register the services, otherwise you will get the error. After that you have to create a new controller, which will be a book controller, and this controller can be accessed only by the admin. So our authorize roles equals to roles.admin. Here we are injecting these three services: book repo, genre repo and file service through this constructor. Now we have this index method. Here we are just retrieving the books and returning the books to the view. After that you have to create a view. For that you have to create an add view. I already have created, so I'm just going to the view. On the top we are adding this model, so add this line here. Here we also have this add more button, which will redirect us to the add book method of the book table. We are checking if model.count is greater than 0, then display the records, otherwise display the no records. Now inside of this if block we have this table which is displaying these fields. So if image is null, then show the replacement image for that, otherwise show the actual image. And so these entries also, we also have these two buttons for the edit and delete. When we click on this delete button, it will call this window.confirm method, and it will open a prompt and ask, are you sure to delete or not? Now we have an option of deleting or leaving the record. Now here we have this add book functionality. It is our get method. So we are retrieving the genre list. We are projecting that list into the select list item with the help of select keyword. And here we are creating the select list. Text will be genre name and value will be genre id. Then we are creating a new object of type book DTO, and genre list will be genre select list. We are passing book to add object to the view. Now it is our post method, which will take parameter of type book DTO, and here we are also retrieving the genre select list. We are updating the genre list and assigning the genre select list to it. Now here we are checking the validation. Inside the try block, first we will check if image file is null or not. If image file is not null, then here again we are doing one more check. If image file dot length exceeds the 1 MB, then we will throw this exception: image file cannot exceed 1 MB, and it is the invalid operation exception. We will handle it separately. Here it is our allowed extensions array. Now we are calling this file service dot save file method, and we are passing image file and allowed extension. In the return, it will return us the image name which we are storing here, and set book to add dot image equals to image name. Now here I am doing the manual mapping of book DTO to book. You can also use the auto mapper if you want. Book equals to new, and assign these fields. Here we are calling the add book method and setting the temp data success message, and return redirect to the add book. Now we are handling multiple exception. So if invalid exception, then set error message equals to ex.message and return to the view. If exception is file not found exception, then set this exception dot message to error message and return to the view. And otherwise, for all the generic exception, set the generic message error on saving data and return to the view. You need to create a view for it, so create a view for it, and on the top add this line book DTO, and here we have this div. Inside we have this heading and a back button which will redirect us to the index page, and we have this form with this action is add book, and here we have this enc type multipart form data. It is a necessary attribute you need to add, otherwise you won't be able to post the file. Now we have few fields here like book name with the validation message book name. Another one is author. Next one is genre, which is a drop down list, so we will use this select element here, and asp4 equals to genre id, asp items equals to genre list, and this is the list we are generating here and passing to the view. So it is a list we are displaying here, and the option value, so by default user will see select genre option, and validation message here. Now the price, and the last one is image, and it will be the type of file. At last we will create the submit button, and it is our add book method. Now let's create this method update book, which will take an id of integer type, and here we will find the book from the book repository. If book is null, then set the temp data success message, and actually it should be the error message, not the success message. Set this error message book with the id does not found, and redirect to the index page. Now find the genre list, that just like we were doing in the previous method, and you need to do one change here. We are also setting the value of selected field. So if genre.id equals to book.genre id, then the selected field will be true. And now here we are just converting book DTO to the, and here we are converting our book type of object to the book DTO type of object, and pass this book DTO's object to the view. And here this is our update method. So here first we are getting the genre select list, and we are setting the value of genre list here, and we are checking the validation, and here it is the old image variable is a holder for the old image, as the name is suggesting. First we will check if image file is null or not. If image file is not null, then we will check its length. Now it is our allowed extensions array, and here we will call the save file method, which will return us the image name. And here after saving the file, we are setting the value of old image from the book to update. Now we are replacing the image to the new image name. Here we are mapping our book DTO type of object to the book object. Now we will call this update book method, and after we update the record, we will check if we have old image or not. If we have old image, it means we have updated the image. So if we have this old image, then delete the file and set the success message, book is updated successfully. Now return redirect to the action, and similarly we will catch multiple exception here. Now create the view for update book. So it will be almost similar to the add book, but it will have two changes here, not two, few changes, like this title update book and this ASP action will be update book. We also have these two hidden fields here for ID and image, and here in the image section we will also display the image if image is not null. Here update the title of the button. That's it. After that we will create the delete functionality. So we have this delete book method which takes one argument of integer type. Now first we will fetch the book from the database. If book is null, then set this success message. Again it should be error message. Set the error message, book with ID is not found, else await book repo dot delete book. If book image is not null, then we will delete this file, and let's put this parenthesis here and also put the parenthesis here. It is more readable. We have implemented the book section. If you don't have the code till now, please clone the repository and check out the branch feed manage books. Let's get started. First and foremost, we need to create a layout file. So create a view inside the views folder or directory, and inside it we have this shared directory, and inside the shared directory we will create a new view underscore admin layout.cshtml. I already have created a basic admin panel for that, which is available in my gist. Link of this gist will be available in the description. Now I'm going to copy it and paste it in the admin layout. We can also separate the CSS from here. All we need to do is create a new file with name underscore admin layout.cshtml.css, which is similar to the name of our layout page. Just put the .css at the end. CSS in this file will be applicable only to the admin layout.cshtml file, and in order to achieve this functionality you must add this line here. Now move your all the CSS to this file. Here we will load our content pages, so call the render body method here. Open the all orders view and add layout equals to underscore admin layout. Run this project, and I'm already logged in with admin account. Let's check this order nav, and here is the typo. So let's fix this. Now let's check it again. Now you can see our admin layout is applied to this page. Now open the admin layout and update all the links. To update the manage account and logout link, we need to open the login partial view. Copy this link from here. Since manage page is inside the area, so we need to type /identity/ and paste the copied link here. Copy these lines from here and paste them here. Now replace the text username with user.identity ? It means it is nullable. .name here to display the logged in user's username. Open the layout.cshtml and comment these links. Now add admin layout to other pages also. Now run the project and check every link available in the admin panel. Now I see the problem, and the problem is once we are in the home, then we do not have any navigation link to navigate to the admin section. Open the admin operations controller, add a new method dashboard. Create a view for it. And its layout should be admin layout. Now open the _layout.cshtml file, create a navigation link for the dashboard which is available to the admin only. Let's run the project. Now we can easily switch between home section and admin section. Let's check the manage account page. Let's check the logout button. If we log in with user account, you won't be able to see the admin section. Everything seems as expected. In this video, we are going to learn how to get top 5 most selling books. Before getting started, I would like to thanks to all of you for supporting my work that pushes this series too far. But I guess it's a good time to put this series to end, unless there is some critical bug or something like that. I think it's enough for the learning purpose if you are sincerely following the series and implementing the code. At this point, you must have the enough confidence to build any basic level .NET application. Now you can take this application further. You can add few features like review and rating system, or you can integrate the payment gateway, and you can also add the system like tracking the shipment. It will be a nice portfolio application for you. Now let's move to the coding part. First and foremost, open the SQL Server Management Studio, create a new stored procedure with name USP underscore get top and selling books by date, which takes two parameters, start date and end date of type date time. Now set no counts on. Write this query. Here we are joining the tables order and order details, where order dot is paid equals to 1 and order dot is deleted equals to 0, and order dot create date should between start date and end date, and that will be the condition. We will group this query by od.bookid and select the field od.bookid and sum of od.quantity as total units sold. We also need to display a few more columns like book name, author and image, which cannot be achieved by this single query. So we are going to convert this query into a CTE named unit sold. Now join this CTE and the book table, order by total units sold descending, and select top 5 records with column book name, author name, image and total units sold. Now execute this query, which will create a stored procedure. We also need to set is paid equals to 1. You can also do it from admin panel, but it will take more time. You can find this query from the readme.md file from my GitHub repository. Now open your web application. Inside the DTO directory, create a new file named top and sold book model.cs. Add the namespace at the top, create new record, top and sold book model with property book name, author name and total unit sold. I'm using record just for the fun, not for any specific reason. You can also use the class instead of record. Create another record, top and sold books VM with these properties. Now create a new file named reports repository inside the repository folder. Create the namespace, create the class book repository. Now create the constructor and inject the ApplicationDbContext. Create a new async method, get top and selling books by date, which takes two parameters, start date and end date of type date time, and it returns the enumerable list of top and sold models type. Now create a parameter for start date and end date. From .NET 8, we can use context.database.sql query raw method to execute the query that returns the complex object. We are going to use this method to execute our stored procedure, which returns us top 5 most selling books. Store the result into a variable named top 5 sold books and return it at the end. Now inherit the class with IReportRepository. Yes, this interface does not exist, so press Ctrl plus period symbol and select generate interface IReportRepository. Copy the name and signature of the method and paste it to the interface. Now open the program.cs file and add this service to di container. Inside the controllers directory, create a new file named reportscontroller.cs. Add some boilerplate, update the namespace and name of the controller, create the controller and inject the iRepository service. Create the controller method top 5 selling books with optional parameter sDate and edate of type date time. Add the try catch block. In the try block, create a new variable date time start date. If sDate is not null, then its value would be sDate, otherwise its value would be datetime.utc now.add days -7, which means 7 days before the current date. Now add another variable date time and date. If edate is not null, then its value would be edate, otherwise its value would be current date. So by default we will retrieve the data of past 7 days. Call the underscore repository dot get top and selling books by date method. Pass the arguments and store it inside the top 5 selling books variable of var type. Create the instance of top and sold books VM. Pass the needed arguments to it and store it inside the variable VM of var type. Return view with VM inside the catch block, set error message and return the redirect to the index method of HomeController. Now create a view for this method. At the top, add the line @model top and sold books VM. Add the heading. Now check if model is not null, and if it's not null, then inside the if block add a div. Inside this div, create a form element with ASP action, top 5 selling books and method get. When we submit this form, we will redirect it to the top 5 selling books method with the parameters sDate and edate. Add two input text element of type date with name sDate and edate. Now add submit button. At last, we will create a link button with the title clear. We will call the top 5 selling books without any parameters so that we can clear out the filters. Add this line which will tell us how many days of data we are showing. Now check if model dot top and sold books dot count equals to 0, then display the message no records found, else display the records in the table. And we need to remove these attributes because we do not need them. Now open the admin layout.cshtml file and update the link of top selling items. Open the reports controller, add the authorized attribute with the property roles equals to name of roles.admin, and roles.admin is a constant here which we have defined. Run the project and log in with admin account. Go to the dashboard and click on the link top selling items. These are top 7 most selling books in the past 7 days. You can also filter the records by date. So that's it for now. See you next time.